first thing women notice? Your face. That's why you got to take care of. Simple things like getting a haircut, grooming your face, and brushing your teeth is important. But there's one thing guys miss and that women always notice. It's when a guy isn't taking care of his skin. That's why I'm so excited to have T Channeling as a sponsor of today's video. T Channeling simplifies the process of taking care of your skin. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing you don't. Seriously, I don't think some of you believe me when I tell you how much implementing a quality skincare routine will improve your confidence in all aspects of your life. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: daily face wash, exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer with an SPF 20 and a PM moisturizer. But and to make it dead simple for you guys, they provide an instruction card in every box that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. But because T just sponsoring this video, they're offering you an amazing deal. Just click the first link in the description and get 40% off your first skincare system and free gift. Plus, as a member, you'll get 20% off for life. By the way, one of their new gift options is a silicone body scrubber, which is a $20 value and a complete game changer. Once you use this, you'll never go back to a regular loofah ever again. So don't wait any longer. Click the first link in the description to start your skincare journey today. It's go time. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? We're going to introduce the crew. We got Mr. Marcus, Darwin, Jasmine, and Shane. Yeah, me myself, JR.
Go ahead.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Excellent.
Y'all can hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm loud enough. I said excellent, 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 excellent.
All right. It's good to see you guys, man. Welcome and happy Thursday to all. Let's see what we got, man. In the chat, what's going on, Dale Matthew? How you doing? The Ghost OG, Chase B. How you doing, sir? Christopher Matthews, Brian New. How y'all doing? As you guys come in, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you guys catch us on replay, make sure you are also in that like button and subscribing to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, T Channeling, uncomplicated skincare for men. 30% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off for life. That link is in the description. This is men's skincare. It's time for us to make sure that we got everything in order as far as working out in our skin and our health. Let's make sure we take care of that. Summertime is right around the corner. Want to make sure you're looking up to par when it comes to you being out in these streets. With that being said, let's go and get this show started, man. Let's go get this show started. How you doing, Jasmine? Your first time? Can you hear me, Jazz? Oh, hold on. You gotta unmute. Yeah. Just mute in between, and then whenever you want to speak, then just go ahead. Let me see if I can fix you. Let me fix you. You kind of cutting out a little bit.
Oh, my
Okay.
phone.
Okay, mic check, Jasmine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, I had to turn off something because it was kind of skipping, but you all good now. Is she good, y'all? Or is she skipping? Go ahead and say something, Jazz.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. Just make sure when her or Ash is speaking, or Marcus, because Marcus give a little feedback to us, make sure we're not talking over them because it will give off echo. Yeah, he said, no, I don't think so. Okay. I Ash. Okay. I'll have some in the back chat. All right, here we go. So the title tonight is Money Changes Everything with Women. So I do have some. Shan, you there? I do have some clips that I put together, man. We were having a discussion on King Talk as well, which is relevant to this conversation. I do have a video that Sweeney had put up in the group chat. It was a small dialogue, man. I did copy some of the things that was said, so we're gonna get into it. Shan also sent me something, and just magically, I guess everything just seemed to came apart. What's going on, Di? How you doing? Hopefully I'll be seeing you soon. What's going on, Doug Will? Dr. Steele, how you doing, brother? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. But we're gonna go ahead and get it started, man. I'm gonna run this first clip and then we'll get into it.
If I go on one more date, if I have one more encounter with a man in his early 30s telling me that what he's looking for is a hustler, that he's looking for a queen to build an empire with, to be hustling for the next 5 years, I'm officially tapping out, because what y'all don't get is us girlies in our early 30s, we've been hustling. We fell victim to the girl boss shit, and we was girl bossing for the last decade. We went to school, we started our businesses, we bought houses. We've been doing this shit on our own. We've been on our independent woman shit. And you talking to me about hustling another 5 years? My mans, I'm trying to have some babies. And you want me out here working too and hustling? You got me fucked up.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it, man. We got this young lady. She says that women have been hustling. They've been getting to the bag. She ready to sit her ass down. She don't want to be out there. She's looking for a man in particular that has this shit together. She don't want to come in and try to build with a man, which we do know some men are looking for people to go 50-50 with. And they also are looking to see if they could build something together. She wants that man to already be 100% established, is what I got from her. Let's go ahead and open it up, though. I seen Ash. I seen you making some faces. What are your thoughts about what she said? You agree? You like it? What's going on?
I'm a little 50-50 with it. She said she refers to herself as like kind of being in her 30s. She's basically saying she was already hustling. She ready to have kids. So it sounds like she wants to kind of play more of the background, right? Where she's like in the house, being a mom, being a wife, cooking, being a soccer mom is what you will call it. But then for myself, I couldn't see myself doing that because I like making my own money. I got my own dreams, I got my own goals, and maybe because I had my kids a little early in life, this is my stage where I'm just kind of like, I don't mind creating and building with somebody, and that being our new baby or whatever. But to kind of hustle like hard, I'm more of a hustle smart type of person, work smart, not hard type of person. So if I gotta work too hard, I don't know if I like that or not.
Okay. Go ahead, M. White. What are your thoughts about the clip, man, and what she said?
I think that a lot of I think it's an Instagram script that men kind of gotta fall victim to when they dating. It's I like to travel, I want to start a business. You got to throw the buzzword generational wealth in there. It's like a script that if you don't say those things in modern dating, that a woman might look at you like, oh, this nigga don't know shit. So he might have mistakenly thought that she still was with the girl boss shit, the boss bitch. We gonna hustle and be a power couple, Jay-Z and Beyonce, and he was pitching that to her, thinking that should have worked. Because I would say for most women online, on the online sphere, that's saying like, you know what I'm saying, something that like on some pop the balloon type stuff. Those women, most of them agree that they want to be in a power couple, and so it's tricky. I think you should, if you really feel that way, you should say it and stand on it. And if you don't, and you're just trying to appeal to them, don't even go down that road, because you know what I'm saying, put yourself in a situation you don't want to be in. Did that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Go ahead, Jazz.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yeah, we get you.
I don't know. I just feel like today today a lot of people are just corrupt by what they see. Like he said, as far as like social media or TV or superstars or whatever the case may be. Um, I do feel like us women in our 30s are tired of certain things, but it's all about who you depend on. I mean, it's all about who you figure out you want to be with and what you want to deal with, right? So me, for instance, my man is very hardworking, you know, and I don't have to do too much, luckily, me, or whatever the case may be. But y'all got to have that understanding of who's going to hold down the household and the children and everything else. Why? Who's going to take care of you financially? And the way I was raised, you know, the men are supposed to take care of you financially, you know. So I don't have too much to say about any of it, you know, because I'm not in it. But
What are you what are you culturally supposed to do? Like what was you raised to do for your man?
your phone is breaking up. Say it again.
What was you raised specifically to do for your man? You're saying the men are raised to put
Whatever
the
we
money up.
whatever we agree to, whether it's me just you know, taking care of him when he get home, taking care of the home, taking care of the kids, the animals, you know. So I'm gonna be his backbone no matter what. So that's up to us to decide like what we're gonna do, you know. Everybody else is
Couldn't
different,
the
but
couldn't the money be the same thing then? So if y'all making like modern definitions of what's required, could you make the same modern definition with the money?
I can't hear you. What?
Hold on.
It's like staticky. So,
Okay, so I know Swinny know what I was about to say. He can go ahead and finish it.
You said you can't
you
hear
got
me.
you got it,
Yes.
bro.
Okay, what about me? Can you hear me? Was everybody static?
what's what?
Testing
Can you
one.
hear us?
I said, can you hear me? Is everybody static or just one person?
No, it's static. It's static when you guys speak.
What are you using? Are you online? Are you on your phone?
She on her phone.
Yeah.
Tell her to download the app, the StreamYard guest app.
She just got a phone call now. Well, I don't want to interrupt the show, but I'll
No,
have.
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't get a phone call? Okay, just off cam. Okay.
Yeah, download the StreamYard app. It's better on there. I don't know what it is with that when you do it through the browser, it acts funny.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just was essentially.
Maybe it's
I
better if
just
I
was.
just I'll get my laptop in a second. But it's not that I can't hear you guys. It's just it was a little staticky when he was speaking. So what was your question?
So initially you were saying he was like a traditional man when it came to paying all the bills and everything.
Yeah.
And then when I asked you about what your traditional role was, it was kind of like we'll figure it out together. So my question was, do you
It
still
was I actually explained and I said, you know, I take care of the home, the children, and I take care of him.
right.
Without financial,
Right. Yeah, no, I heard you. That wasn't the point of contention. It's not really a point of contention, it's more so a question, right? Based off of you tailoring it to nothing specific that's like gender specific in that way, would you also view the finances that way too? Potentially?
would I view the finances as what?
All right, I'm not gonna take us down a long tangent. Because I might be breaking up. You might not be able to hear me well. So you can
I
go
got
ahead.
it.
I got
it, bro. Can you hear me, Jasmine?
Yes.
All right. So basically, what he's asking, right, is so the same way that you look at y'all roles when you talk about taking it in stride when it comes to the things that you would do in the household and what's expected of you. He was asking, do you also take the finances in that same mentality, the taking in stride, work with each other, figure out what works best for y'all type deal?
Yes.
Well, whoa. Whoa.
Well, what?
She said that she was raised with expectations of a man.
No, she said he was raised that way.
No, she said she was raised that way.
Really?
Didn't you say you were raised?
I said I was raised that the man takes care of the
Oh,
home. I mean, the man takes care of his family while the woman takes care of her home.
Okay. So then you said that you guys will.
He was raised the same way though, like, you know, from his
No, we're
mom.
not asking you about your particular relationship. We're just talking about what you were taught. So you said you were raised that a man is supposed to X. I didn't hear you say you were also raised a particular way. I hear you saying that now, but the first time I just heard you say how you were raised that a man is supposed to do X. So I wrote it down because I was like, oh, I wanted to ask you about it. And White started asking you about it because then he was like, when it came to you, you said we can talk about it. And that's when M. White was like, oh, okay. So the things that you expect of the man, how you were raised, do y'all get to talk about that as well? And now it sounds like you're saying yes. So it created confusion for him and myself, but he was trying to ask you and you wasn't understanding what he was asking you. So it got, but you.
I hear what he was asking. It wasn't that I didn't understand. It was that I couldn't fully hear what he was asking.
Right.
You
So,
know, so just to clear up my end, if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, for one, I said yes. How I was raised, the man is supposed to take care of his family. You understand? And why the woman takes care of the home, the children, and whatever else that her man wants her to do. You understand what I'm saying? So if it was roles reversed,
I don't think people are actually being raised like that, though. I think y'all get on the internet. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound rude or
that's fine. I mean,
I think people get on the internet and just say this stuff because I think it's layers when you say how you were raised, right? You can articulate exactly what you were taught and how you go about doing these things, but it's always so vague. Like I was raised, a man is supposed to take care of his family and a woman is supposed to take care of the home. But no one goes into deep, and then y'all usually put the cherry on top, like doing whatever my man asks him. I don't know. I don't hear any men singing praises how their woman is just such a value add to their life because she's raised to be that, and she walks in that purpose. I mean, do you gentlemen hear men singing praises about that woman being in their life?
Maybe,
so I
maybe
praise the women in my life, but I don't think they was
Hold on, yeah, one mic. We all talking over each other.
I don't think it has anything to do with a praise. I'm not even gonna put a praise. You know what I'm saying? That's very that's a stretch. I just feel like everybody has their own thing of how they do things and how they want their relationship to be. So whatever it is that we agree upon, it's made for us. Whatever you agree upon with you and your woman, man, whoever, I don't know today, you know, but that's what happens. You know
That's
what I'm
not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you got to sing praises to him. I said, I don't hear men.
I just said it's not about the man praising.
I didn't say that. Listen to what I'm saying. As a man, I talk to other men. I never hear other men singing praises about how their woman, wife, girlfriend, baby mama, whatever her title is, was raised to be a value add to his life. And she's doing those things or she's acquiescing to his request because you said, I was raised to do whatever it is my man want, need, or whatever, however you said it. I don't ever hear men being in a position that they have that kind of woman in their life.
Well, we all
and
live
my response to that was
all live in the same live in different, you know, we live in different places. So just because you didn't hear it doesn't mean it's not happening, you know? So but that's your opinion and that's cool.
All right, cool, y'all. Let me go ahead and pass the mic a little bit, get the other folks involved. I'm gonna let Marcus respond and Ash, then we're gonna get Darwin in there. Go ahead. You wanted to
so to clarify, to answer your question, Will, I was saying I don't think my wife was raised specifically to be the way she is. It's something that I had to teach her on the way. So to your point, I haven't really learned to anyone
I can agree with that. I
Yeah.
can definitely agree with that. He has taught me a lot as well. And he taught me a lot about myself. He taught me a lot about, you know, being a submissive woman and everything. So, you know, he gets a lot of props for that as well.
Okay.
I
Go ahead,
I don't take it.
I got you, Jazz. Just hold on real quickly.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ash, and let's get Darwin in there and Shane.
I wanted to. What is your name? Picking. Hold on. Let me put my glasses.
Will. Let's call him Will.
Will. Okay. So, Will, I wanted to basically say, like, I think it's just the men that you're around because if it sounds like it's a man that's not happy with his wife. You know what I'm saying? If you're around a whole bunch of men that got women and they can't even say like or brag, not even just to be like crazy, but just to brag or just to be grateful, right? Because it's a team effort. One hand washes the other. You can't even say like, all right, well, my wife come in,
There we go.
I got this, I got my dinner or whatever it is that she's making his life a little bit more easier. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's not just the financial part, but she's taking some type of stress and making his life a little bit easier. I hear men say that, and I'm not even a man, but
That's
I
not
I do hear men basically speak positive things and say what their wife or what their girlfriend is contributing to their life.
that's not what I said. I didn't say
That's how I maybe word it a little bit different because that's how
I
I
hear you.
process it.
I'm going to respond to you to try to help provide clarity. I never said that men don't say that their women do things for them, that women don't add any value to them. I said I don't hear men praising that their woman was raised this way and she's doing it. Now, women do acquiesce to their men and do the things that their man may request of them. And White just said he had to teach his woman. My woman does things for me. She adds value to my life. I've never made the comment that women don't add value to men's lives, but I've never met a man who told me his woman was raised this way, because that's what she said. She was raised to do this for her man.
Yeah, I was raised the same way.
You was raised how? To do for your man?
Yeah, because I seen my mom, how my
No,
mother
no, no,
treated my.
no. What were you taught then? What specifically did they teach you to do for your man?
You guys just kind of you get to know your person, like I want to say man, but your partner, right? Because it's a partnership. You get to know who your partner is, and you guys are a team. So whatever he lacks and you bring to the table, you get to know who. Let me, so I see your lips moving. Let me finish talking real fast, Will. You do you damn, so you made me lose thought
You
of
were
a bit.
raised this way. You just got to
But
repeat.
what I'm saying is how you're raised, right? So what I'm saying is like how I see my mother and how I see my dad, right? And there was like, for instance, we didn't have like gender roles in my household. We're Caribbean, right? We're American, but we're also Caribbean. My father was doing the cooking, my mother was doing the working, and it was vice versa like that, but they were a team. So it was just kind of like, it wasn't just saying like, oh, you have to cook, clean, all this other stuff for your man. No, y'all a team, and whatever he lacks, you make sure you pick that shit up, and that's what you do. And whatever he lacks, y'all both kind of come together, y'all make gumbo in a sense, you know what I'm saying, like y'all.
So when he
That's what I'm
lacks,
saying.
so when he lacks money, your job is to pay all the bills.
It's a team. I just said that. Yes.
I want it specifically, so he can just be a stay-at-home dad. You was raised to have whatever he lacks is your job to pick up that slack. That's what you're telling us.
Yeah, you want to know something? My father has never really had a regular 9 to 5. My mother was making way more money.
I said
Wait,
money.
listen to what I'm saying. Yes, what I'm saying is my mother was making way more money than my father, and my father was technically a stay-at-home dad, just cooking and stuff like that, right?
Okay,
But he still was the man.
so did they raise you? Did they specifically say, if your man doesn't have money, it's your
You
job?
don't you don't have to say those things though, because let me tell you, no, you don't. Let me tell you, 95% of conversation is body language. Kids don't just do what you say, they watch what you say. I mean, they watch how you act, right? So when how you see your parents acting, you'll subconsciously get that in your brain. You're gonna say, okay, this is what I'm supposed to do.
Okay,
It's
but
not always a verbal thing.
no, if you're saying you raised your children, you don't raise by just saying, I'm going to let them watch me and that's me raising them. No, you
Oh,
have
God.
to be intentional about what you tell them, what you show them, and how you convey whatever they're witnessing to what it actually means. Because if you leave it to a child to think they understand what you're saying, what you mean, that child is going to walk around with a false sense of reality, because they're not going to understand the nuances behind why you did the parents did what they did. We don't
I
raise
I
kids.
I literally just said, right? My mother would say, "Hey, whatever this is a partnership, right? Whatever you guys lack, you come together and you build each other up. That's how is that? You know what I'm saying? My mother was a straight shooter. She's not about to sit here and go all the way into details. We were super smart and we could comprehend very well. So she didn't have to go under and above and to get the point across. No. Hey, if this is a partnership, you know what I'm saying? This is what your father lacked. I'm going to be right there to help him. If I'm lacking something, your father is going to be there to help me. And that's how you make each other stronger. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a partnership. So I don't want to call it boyfriend or girlfriend because I consider it a partnership. Right?
Partnership.
We're building, right? That's my whole thing. You don't have to be super specific.
All right, let's go ahead and get Darwin in and Shannon Monet in there. Go ahead, Darwin.
Hey, can y'all hear me? So I'm not going to try to dive into that. It looks like that conversation wasn't able to get nowhere. But what I saw was from the video was a woman who said they tricked us. What that tells me is she was not leaning on how she was raised, if I'm to add to what discussion that's already happening. So whenever you're not going off of how you were raised, you can be tricked into the boss babe trend. And obviously she was unsatisfied with the results. She wasted 10 years of her life. I think she said 10 years. 10 years of her life doing the boss babe, and she wasn't able to get the results she wanted. And that's the dangerous side of being impressionable. Everybody think impressionable is always a positive thing. Sometimes whenever you don't have the proper guidance, then that's when it can end up, you can end up on the negative side of impressionability. Because she was impressionable enough to be able to let herself be inspired and influenced by some type of trend to tell her, hey, you need to go ahead and get your degrees and get your own career. And then what happened? But from what I see, just to piggyback off of the discussion everybody had, she wasn't being raised right. Or she may have been raised right and she deviated, which in my experience in my line of work, this is what's typically happening. The women are deviating from how they were raised. If they were raised to, the traditional way, like, get in a relationship, get married, build from there. So, and I'll mute my mic from there and let somebody else go.
All right, go ahead, Shannon Monet. Shannon, you there?
She came off the mic at one point for like, I think 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All I heard was, and then the mic went back off.
Go ahead, Di.
What?
That got her on.
Go ahead, Shan.
Hold on, go ahead, Shannon.
Just my opinion on the video. That's what you just want to know.
Yeah. On the one you sent me.
I think that, in all honesty, I think that it just depends on the guy you're going for. Some guys don't want that stay-at-home mom. Some guys want you to be working just alongside them. I mean, it's just gonna be dependent on the guy that you're with. I find that nowadays most guys want you out, doing the same thing that they're doing, grinding, they don't want to take care of you. And I understand that people are like, oh, but my kids and everything, but I don't think people care about them kids right now. I'll be honest. I don't think that that's the priority for real. She might find her a good one who may be like, oh, stay at home. But I don't think that that's what guys are really looking for. I don't. Not nowadays.
Okay. So you said guys are not looking for that type of woman?
Not the majority, no.
Go ahead, Jazz. You came off the mic.
I mean, I was just gonna just piggyback a little bit off what she was saying, but she's right. You got some guys that don't look for that, and then you got some guys that you both build together. Either way it go, I feel like both parties build together no matter what. No matter if it's just one person bringing in the money financially or whatever. But also me being a woman, I'm going to have a hustle at all times. You understand what I'm saying? Me being a mom as well. So it's not like I'm just sitting home and I'm not doing anything. You know, I have businesses as well, but it don't require me to be the one to take care of everything financially, if that makes sense. But we are a team, and we work together, and we make it work. So, but you do have men out here that don't want to take care of you or don't want to help you or whatever. You know, you just got some men that just want to come in like, look, listen, I already got this going on. You know, what could you do? That type of man. So, I don't know.
Can I add something to real fast? Um, I agree with what she's saying, but I also believe that I think that, like she said, and when you're in your 30s, I think that people are looking for a 20s love in their 30s. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, oh, can you help me? But you're in your 30s. You and I get it. You want to be, you know, make your business stronger. You guys work together to get to the next step and everything. But in my opinion, you're already behind. 30s is like, what have you been doing in your 20s?
My thing is, if there's no age limit on reaching your goal, it doesn't matter. I know 20-year-olds that you know, they got it, and I know some that don't. I know 30-year-olds that got it and don't. I know 40-year-olds that got it and don't. I know 50-year-olds that got it and don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not about an age, honestly, when about building anything.
Right. It is about age when you have kids involved.
It's
So
not.
her
Do you have
point was,
children? Do you have children?
I do.
Okay, so
And I can tell you, having a kid in your 20s is a lot different from having your kids in your 30s and your early 40s.
okay, when did you have children?
I had one in my 20s and one in my 30s.
Okay. So, I mean, everybody
Uh-oh.
mindset is going to be different. Everybody drive is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? It's all about you continuing to get up and go every day, no matter the age, no matter when you started, you know? So I don't think that matters, honestly.
Do you think men with the men that have to look at the woman's value, you think it matters to them?
Yes.
So then it does matter.
No, what I'm specifically saying is the age range. Like I'm specifically speaking on, it don't matter about the age or where you started from, at what age, no matter if you have children or not. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't have that knowledge. Everybody didn't have that knowledge. Everybody wasn't shown. Everybody didn't learn it. You understand what I'm saying? Or sometimes you just get people that go and do other shit before they want to do whatever. You get what I'm saying? But yes, it matters to both parties, not just man. It matters to both parties about the value of that woman or the value of that man. I don't think age matters. That's what I'm saying when it comes to you growing, and when it comes to you building, when it comes to you, you know, you actually finally running into your mate or whatever the case may be and jump shit off the ground. I don't think the age matters.
Right. You don't think it matters. But I think the important part is the person who
The
controls
important
access.
part,
The important, yeah. The person who controls access to marriage. I think that's more important.
who
What
controls
matters?
access to marriage?
You seriously asking that question?
I'm asking you because you said it.
Men.
What do you mean? Men control the access to marriage?
Men
Okay.
decide who gets married. Women decide who gets sex. Do you agree with that?
No. But that's your opinion,
Why?
so that's fine.
Why you don't agree with it?
I just don't agree with it. Everybody thinks differently. Everybody moves differently. Everybody life is different, because what you feel don't mean I'm gonna agree with it and be like, oh yeah, you know, I feel that. I don't feel like that.
I understand you don't agree with it. I'm just asking why.
I just don't.
Would you ask your husband to marry? Would you ask your boyfriend to marry you?
My fiance, but yeah, like he already proposed to me. It doesn't matter.
No.
You said, would I ask my man to marry me?
Yeah.
Would I ask a man to marry me?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
You just said it didn't matter.
Why would I ask a man to marry me?
You see what you just did, right?
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, you're
I was
saying
just
that.
going to say, like, when it comes down to that, I don't agree with that either. Like, we both hold the key to sex. I can't just have sex with you without your permission. Like, the same way we both hold the keys to marriage. You have to win over my heart too. It's a relationship. It's people going for each other. We're fighting for each other. So I'm not gonna walk in as if I'm just the prize. No, I'm not just the prize. I have to put in work too. You know what I'm saying? I have to show you that you're appreciated, you're listened to. I can communicate with you. I have to vet for you the same way you have to vet for me. So I get what y'all saying. Y'all do initiate the marriage, but if you haven't been putting in that work, that woman also has the right to tell you no.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Yes, I literally was about to come here and say that. Yes, a man, right, can get on his knees and say, "Hey, will you marry me?" But I still have the option to say yes or no. It's just because you asked me don't mean I have to say yes.
Exactly.
So I think the correlation is this. I think the correlation is this. If you think about it from the terms of sex, yes, we do have autonomy and can say we don't consent and no, we don't want to have sex with women. The likelihood of the scenario for the men being the one to not say yes to sex or to, you know what I'm saying? It's the inverse, which is what he said earlier, where women control access to sex because normally men want to have sex. And normally women who are with a man that they want to be with want to get married to that man. So they're hoping that he proposes so that they can move forward with their relationship. The same way he hoping that she get wet and open her legs so he can move forward with his move. You get the correlation?
I get the correlation, but
that's why I made the statement.
like I said, we both hold the keys. That's the end of the end of the day. Because a man of true value, just because a woman is sitting there opening up her legs, don't mean that's the safest and smartest thing to do. Some niggas ain't thirsty like that. Some real men out there with value who's trying to get married is not trying to just be out there fucking everything anymore. That's just not what they're intended to do.
How's
I
that
didn't
mean
think we
being
were
thirsty?
talking about. I thought we was talking about the man that was talking about marriage.
Well,
How's that mean thirst?
When it comes to employment, you apply for a job, someone has the ability to say, yes, we'll hire you, but you still have to accept it. Would you say the person who is accepting the job has the power in that situation?
Yes, but the type of work I used to do and I knew my value, I had to make sure that company was also able to vet me. So if you cannot provide me with the same benefits and the same pay and the same sick days and whatever is important to me, 401k and other assets that I need access to, I'm not going to say yes just because you told me you accepted me. That's what you have to understand. Like, it's not just one company vetting for me when you're good at your job.
You saying that you have to make sure that the company vets you?
Yes. When I go in there, I ask them. They ask me, do you have any questions for me? It looks like we want to bring you on. Yes. Before you bring me on, can you accommodate to my schedule? Can you provide me the benefits? Let me finish speaking. I'll let you talk. Can you provide me with the benefits that I'm looking for? Does the pay, is it better than this company? I'm looking at the environment, how they're speaking to me. There's different things that I bet on when I decide to go for different jobs. So that's what I was saying. Just because you hold those keys of power don't mean we don't have any say. That's just the only thing I don't agree with.
Right. I understand that. It takes two to tangle in all these dynamics we're talking about. But the power is not on the applicant. The applicant applied to the company. Unless the company headhunts you, if they headhunt you, then yes, they are pre-vetting you, and then they make contact with you because they deem that you may be a qualified candidate for them. Then the interview process takes place. But it's not your job to make sure they vet you. It's their job to make sure they vet you. It's your job to make sure you vet them.
I never said anything about vetting, but when I said accepting the position, I have a determination on whether I want to go with this company or not. I do get offers from other companies just because they see my resume. Companies do vet for employees when they need some extra help. It happens. It's a new day and age. And I can choose whether or not that this company fits me or they don't.
I think that this is the main issue, right? Especially with a lot of men that come on this show. You guys try to make it seem like it's a competition of, oh, I have more value than or I bring this, or I don't know. It's just kind of like a competition type of thing instead of looking at the man and the woman being equally as important in a relationship to even start something that's gonna last. It's not about, oh, I got the keys in my hand for you to marry me or whatever. Like, well, I got the keys and everything else in my body to produce you a family. You're gonna say it's not a competition. It's we supposed to be together as a team. But how y'all be making this look or seem is just kind of like one is up here and the other is down here when you're supposed to be here. It's weird.
I don't think we went into that, but using that baby example, I think that's a good example. You have the right to you control access to the baby, right? Like a baby being born.
I have the access to carrying a baby because babies come from men. Life comes from men.
You don't get a baby unless we give you our seed.
Okay, and you don't get a baby unless you give me a seed. That's what I'm saying. It's still
That's
we
not
still
true.
need each other. That's what I'm saying. We still need each other in the creation of life. We still
Nobody's
need each other. One is
arguing.
not gonna work without the other.
You're complaining about an angle nobody's arguing from.
No, but that's I'm
You're
not.
okay. You're complaining as if we're arguing from an angle of saying you're not equal. Or, I mean, if we were, we would have a good argument, but we never made an argument about us being in a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? This whole thing was about whether age mattered and who it mattered to, and it just derived into some other thing.
Age does not matter to me though, not at all. I feel
I
like
mean, we established that it didn't matter to you. That's why I posed
questions to me about that.
Can I give my opinion about the video?
That's yeah, I got
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, give your opinion about the video.
Okay, there we go. I feel like I feel like when a woman is able to, like, if she's prepared herself to, like, make sure, because she said she got her career established, so she wasn't just planning on just being a housewife and not helping her husband at all. But she's saying if my husband can't meet me where I'm at, I prefer not to do it. I feel like she has the right to do that, just like a wealthy man could say, I don't want to date. It could be a wealthy 38-year-old man. He want to date a younger woman, 27, whatever. He wants somebody that's younger. He wants somebody that don't have kids. He wants somebody that don't talk back. He's going to be able to choose, like, you know what I'm saying? He wants to he gets to choose where he vets. He gets to choose who he vets. So just like he could set those requirements, I don't think her requirements were unreasonable. She wanted a man that she knew for, in my opinion, in fact, could lead her. She didn't want somebody who was still trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'm ready to submit. And I need you to be a man that I can comfortably submit to. So you got to have some direction for your life if you're going to have direction for my life and for our kids. That's I feel like she was being funny and over exaggerating for a reason. She was probably frustrated with her dating pool of men. And because she's coming out of this, she's coming into this newfound mind frame, she's probably not doing the right things. And there's some things she probably have to learn in order to get those men. Because just because you have the money doesn't mean that you have the attitude and the characteristics that comes with submission of wanting that type of man. So I do understand what she's saying. And I do feel like she only brought up money. And I don't feel like that's what those type of men are really looking for. They're not caring if you come in with money.
I want to say, like, when you watch, when I see these videos and I see women talk like this, I look at the confusion and I try to empathize with y'all a little bit because y'all live in a duality that we don't live in. We want to be men and we want to be providers. Y'all want to be women at times, providers at times, and then go back to being women again. Y'all want to grind out and put all this mileage, wear and tear on y'all bodies and hustle and build businesses as if y'all are builders and providers. Y'all are not builders and providers. Y'all get out of order when y'all try to be builders and providers. It breaks down y'all bodies, and then y'all want to go into motherhood with a broken down, weary, frustrated, overworked body.
I don't know what type of moms you know.
Out
I'm
of order
sorry.
is crazy.
And then you don't know what kind of moms I know. I'm talking about
Yeah, because the moms I know, they're pretty fit. They're in the gym. Like they not tore down, worn out, none of that.
Moms globally, or at least nationally.
I'm just black women in general. They're pretty good.
Black women in general are fit.
Yes, I feel like our bodies hold out.
Well, you're gonna have to try to get behind what she define as fit. If she's making a statement like that with the statistics that's out there.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
See, this is the conversation that is very like
because I feel like this generation, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like my generation kind of doing it. Like in our 30s, we in the gym, we doing what we supposed to do. Like, I don't know.
I want to say
I
this.
feel like it's become more popular than what the norm was. Like my mama wasn't in the gym like we was in the gym. Like, oh
I
no.
didn't finish my point. You might
I'm
know.
sorry.
It's okay. You might know women who are in the gym. You might know women who are fit. It's not uncommon for birds of a feather to flock together. There's a lot of rich men that have rich friends. But just because you a rich man with rich friends, can you go out on a limb and just say all men are rich?
No, it's just black people in general. Our bodies, like us as black women. If you go to the back, like if you go into history, it's just in our blood. Like we just never just got around.
What's in our blood to make us fit?
What do you mean? What's in our blood? It's the melatonin we have. But when you look at our history, look at the things we've built. Like it wasn't just men building. There was women building too. Our bodies are made.
I think the melatonin is in the skin, not the blood.
Well, I know it's in. I didn't say it was in the
blood. Can I
chime
in real fast before we
in the body?
Talk about something different? Can I chime in with something Will said? First of all, this is what I'm saying. This panel is confusing sometimes, right? So it'll be men up here that complain about women not wanting to work, not wanting to help their man, right? Especially in this economy where it's virtually impossible for one person to pay the fucking bills. That's just being honest. I don't care how much money you can pretend that you got, right? None of us up here is probably making over 200,000, just period, or even 100. If you are, you still, you know what I'm saying, your lifestyle that you have, right, and the bills that you have, you still need to have more than one type of income to live and to maintain that. So I'm just saying, like, do you want a woman who has her own money, right? Has her own dreams, has her own goals, and still be able to take care of the household? I don't know what you're talking about. Because as for me, right? As for me, I am built for. I am driven by legacy, right, and purpose. So my partner, I want us to come together. My money and your money, we're gonna be up in the 100,000 rank versus him just doing all the work by himself. That's a lot of stress on a man. Like, and I'm not even that type of woman that want to just sit in the house and just take care of kids all day. That's not me. You're gonna say I can do that. I still do that, but I still want to have my own money and I still have my own goals and my own dreams that I want to work towards. I think, and I also feel like it's just like to say that, oh, you guys are doing all of these things and putting a lot of wear and tear on your body because you're working. Honestly, having children puts way more wear and tear on your body than working. I just want to let you know that. Internally, mentally, physically, spiritually, raising children, producing kids in your body that actually drains you of a lot of the stuff that you have inside of you, that puts a lot of way more wear and tear on you than working does.
Go ahead, Shan. I think Shan was trying to get in. Go ahead, Shan.
Well, I wanted him to finish what he was trying to say. So before, were you done?
All right, go ahead, Will.
No, I wasn't done, but
okay.
All right, let's make sure we're not cutting each other off, y'all. If somebody do become long-winded, then I'll put the time on that just so we can make sure everybody get a turn.
So it's just interesting how women talk about working and holding down the house. You never hear men talk about working and holding the house down because those conflict with one another. I don't, my woman doesn't have the ability to go be this career woman, pursue all of her dreams and ambitions, hold down the house and still be a good woman to me. She can't do all of that. And if I ask her to do all of that, I'm setting her up for failure. Something has to give. And I don't know why y'all keep thinking it takes more than one income to hold down a household. You just might need to be more modest in the things that you want. Y'all, I've never met a guy who was a single guy that can pay his bills, and because a woman was entered into his life, all of a sudden he could not afford his livelihood anymore because, oh, there's another mouth to feed. Because we typically, when we have children, we have extra mouths to feed. These children don't produce any income for us. And it may not be one kid, it may be 2 or 3. I'm amazed at how single mothers can hold down a household of 3, 4, and 5 kids by themselves. But one man can't take on a woman, just him and her, and pay the bills. Without, if that woman has a modest lifestyle, there's no reason why one income couldn't hold down the fort.
Do you know the average household income that needs to be?
Hold on, real quick, Ash. I think Shan, do you want to respond, Shan?
Shoot, I was liking what he had to say. You got something else to say?
I can go on and on, but I
he can talk a little louder.
No, he made a very valid point, because women do it a lot. They do have broke people, like, you know, around. Sometimes men that's trying to get on their feet. Women do it a lot, and I do agree that if we see women do it, why isn't that a man could do it? Like, it's possible.
All right, go ahead.
With all these Batman women, you got all these women trying to be Superman and Batman.
Go ahead, Ash.
I also want to say this, right? I think that if you want a woman, if you want a modest life, right, a regular life, get with a woman who is gonna not push you to be your best, not push you to go higher than what you normally get. Because that's not me. That's not the men that I mess with. That's not. And even I'm married, right? Even when I'm separated or whatever. But even when I was, you know, still with my husband, right? I was always pushing him to go above and beyond, because we're both dreamers and we're both go-getters. Wait, let me finish talking and put it back on mute. Put it back on mute. Let me finish.
I think that's problematic.
It's not problematic. You want to know why? Because before I met him, he was still a go-getter, right? He was an entrepreneur. And when you have an entrepreneur spirit, and when y'all both have a goal to not just skate on like, oh yeah, I just want to live regular. No, I don't. I want to be able to live my life and enjoy my fruits of my labors as well. I don't want to just work a 9 to 5 and come to just be in the house. No, I want to travel. I want to buy the things that I want to buy. That's okay. We're both working towards that. But it's just kind of like if you're okay with that, then get a woman who's okay with that. But for me, it's the same way. My man is going to push me to be my best and my highest self. Why? Because he knows who I am in the inside. That's me. Ashley, you could do better. You want this. This is the type of lifestyle we want. We're going to work for that. We have kids. I have 5 kids. And for that guy in the comments, I am over 30. I'm almost in my mid 30s, and I have been married for almost 14 years now, and I got 5 kids. So my information is not just coming because I might look like I'm in my 20s. I'm not. I just take care of myself. I'm not stressed out, nothing like that. That's not for you, Will. I'm just speaking for the guy in the comments.
Right,
so,
right. I want to ask you something about that if I can. Can I just interject?
Go ahead.
You're married, but you're separated, right? That's what you said?
I don't know if I can.
No, I'm asking for a reason. I'm not trying to dive into business.
I'm going to say this, right? We were separated, and up to, I want to say, maybe the last 2 weeks of January, we started dating again. So okay. We're dating. We're still separated, but we're dating again.
Cool. So do y'all live in different households?
Yeah, we still live in different households. He literally just like left out to go get me some food, so I'm gonna put him on camera for y'all too.
No, I don't care. I want to think about the math. Somehow, some way, you have 5 kids and you're technically single, sort of ish, right? Because you're not. Y'all legally married, but y'all ain't together. Whatever. You're kind of living a single life because you live in your place. I'm assuming you don't have no other adults living with you, and he lives in a place and he don't have any adults living with him. So somehow he can hold down a fort being a single man, and you can hold down a fort being a single woman, and y'all have 5 kids and y'all don't have a 2-income household. And even if y'all do have a 2-income household, y'all have a 2-bill household. So somehow, some way, you are functioning, keeping your head above water with 5 kids in a single parent household. Why is it that y'all couldn't take all them kids out the equation? It just be you and him, and either you work and hold down the fort, or either he works and hold down the fort, since y'all such baller go-getters, work so damn hard, want to travel and buy everything you want to buy. I don't understand why y'all act like it needs to be 2 incomes to hold down the household?
Well, I don't pay my stuff by myself, right? Regardless.
What does that have to do with what I'm asking you?
You just said, right? We basically got 2 incomes that can take care of the bills by itself. No, I don't pay
you got a
myself.
1 income household because y'all got two people. I'm assuming y'all got 2 incomes, but y'all have 2 households. That's essentially a 1 income household with 5 kids. You give him 2.5 of the kids, you take 2.5 of the kids.
He has his own kids outside of our marriage and stuff. But my whole thing is right. I don't
understand what I'm asking you.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but the lifestyle that we still want to have, right? And the things that we still listen, the things that we still
I'm asking.
I do understand exactly what you're saying. You're not allowing me to finish. You are trying to reply instead of just trying to understand what I'm saying, right? You know? So what I'm saying is,
can you repeat to me what I'm asking you so we're on the same page?
Can you let me say my answer? The reason why we have more than 1 income, right, is because we make investments, right? So we got income that's going to our bills, right? We have income that's going to our kids' savings. We have income that's just going to our savings, and it just kind of, it's not growing, but it's sitting there. And then we have income that we are investing. So it's not about having just 1 income with 1 person or whatever the case. If we have 2 incomes, we can reach our goal faster. That's the whole point. It's not about. I heard everything that you said, but that is not. I did that. Even when we was in 1 household at the same time, we still had the same amount of bills.
Just make sure we sharing the mic, y'all.
Can I say, real fast, Will? And you gotta remember, you're one man, right? It would be great if a lot of men thought the same way you thought. People think it's all about the guy that you have, and there are men who don't think like you. They want their women to work. They want their women to contribute to the bills. They want their women to do all the things that you're saying that one person should be doing. So I think we have to take that in consideration. You're one man, I'm not knocking your thought. I'm sitting here enjoying it. But unfortunately, that's not most men. That's not all men.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Anonymous Ad, because I'm always for people getting their families back together, and I don't want to gloss over that. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully y'all can figure it out and work through that and make that thing, work. And I got a question for you. Did coming on the panels or being in this space influence your desire to want to rebuild your family in any way?
Kind of. Yeah. And then when I was dating it, I was just kind of like, bro, this is not it. Like this is not it. So yeah, it did.
I just want to say that I feel like when I think about marriage, and maybe that's because I didn't have a dad, but I wasn't taught to look at money first. So that's why I can understand where she was coming from. But at the same time, I feel like if I want to work, that should be my decision. Like, I feel like the jobs in the field that I'm in now, this is something I genuinely love doing. Like, I love being around the kids. I'm really good with them. If I could have 12 kids, I would. Like, I love kids. That's how much I love kids. And I love being around the parents. I love being around the teachers. I love being around the superintendent. I love being around the mayor. I just love being around the environment I'm in. So I feel like if I wanted to work, it's not because it's like, oh, I'm trying to have a certain stature. It's because I want to do it. Like, if I get a man, they'd be like, oh, I just want you to quit your job. Like, let's talk about this. Are we planning to start a family? Can I quit when I get closer to my due date? I promise you it'll help the body, like the energy, it'll keep me up. Like, I promise to keep myself hydrated, eat how you need me to eat. But if I want to work, that should be up to me. And it seems like that a lot of men forget that it's just like when we come into a marriage, yes, we're tending to you and we're submitting to you, but you also have to make sure everyone in the house needs are met, including mine. So if I in my heart want to do this work, why is it a problem? And why does it hurt your ego so bad? Because it sounds like a lot of ego thing at this point. It makes me feel like this, or I feel, but what about how she feels? And there's other women who might want to be in a certain field and they have the choice to work and want to work, and they shouldn't be put down by that because they want to do that. And that's whatever lifestyle they choose to have.
If your husband said, "Hey, look, I don't want you to work. Trust me and listen to me," what's the problem with that?
I said I would talk to him. We would have to have a conversation. It's not going to be a
That's unacceptable.
2-minute conversation. But if I genuinely love what I'm doing, I want to know, why are you asking me to stop working? And I want to make sure that it's not coming from a place of insecurity that have to do with you, a place of control.
You said you was a God-fearing woman, right?
Yeah.
And you said you learned that the Lord said, "Hey, you can't be, let's just say LGBT no more."
Mm-hmm.
Did you have to say, "Well, God, I'm gonna have a conversation with you about that"?
I asked God to take it from my heart, and He did. You got to ask God to come into your life. He did. We had a conversation.
I'm saying you don't push back.
Come on, Darwin, let's get to the point.
I am.
Okay.
You don't push back to God. You said you was a God-fearing woman. Do you know that you're supposed to submit to your husband? So you pushing back to your husband is basically going against God's order, right?
No, if God allows me to ask questions, what makes you think I can't ask you questions? You're not God. Like I have most respect for God. For me, God is love. That's what God is. It's not control. It's not ego. It's none of that. So if you want to be closer to God, you're going to do things out of love. So I want to make sure that you telling me not to work is coming from a place of love and not ego. Because me working, hurting your ego, you have to work on that. That's the place. Ego that stems from a place of insecurity. I can't deal with the man that's not confident in himself and confident in me.
He is confident.
Whatever my abilities are.
He's telling
All
you, "Hey,
women
look,
does not have the desire just to stay home. Maybe after a certain age, but not in their early 30s.
Telling you, hey, look, I got this. This is the lifestyle. This is our budget. This is what we're gonna do. I don't need you working. I need you here doing this."
But darn, what did I say before? This has nothing to. You could take my money and I don't have to spend. I'm not that type of person. I don't spend that much anyway. I'm not going to say low maintenance, but I know how to make small things look good. Affordable things look good. So if you want to still have that budget, even with my income, that's okay. I trust you because honestly, I'm not that good at budgeting anyway. So you can take my check, you can take my money, and you can be like, okay, we saving this.
Hey, Dad, you gotta let him.
He's not. I'm painting a scenario that you wouldn't have an income anymore. You would just be doing what he's asking you to do at home. And I'm asking you, because you say you're a God-fearing man and you believe in the order that God presented to men and women, what's wrong with your man saying, "Hey, look, I don't want you working. I want you doing X, Y, Z right here"? Why is there pushback?
I want to make sure he's human. Just like if I have questions for the path that God has set for me and God provide me with answers, He doesn't sit there and look down on me and see as back talk. He approaches me with love. If my man can convince me, yes, I'm going to trust in his opinion. But I'm also going to let him know how much I love what I do. So to me, like I said, God is love. So when I love what I do and I'm seeing that it's affecting people's lives in a positive way, I'm going to ask you why. Why do you want me to stop what I'm doing?
Would you do that job for free?
Yeah, I would do it for free. That's how I started. I started it for free.
What if your man just told you, listen, you don't got to quit. Just go part-time and volunteer your time. I don't want you working that job full-time.
But what if I like what I'm doing?
You get to do it. You're doing it part-time.
What I'm doing is I'm trying to grow into politics. I'm educating myself. I'm going to school. So that's something I want to do. I want to help advocate for new laws.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe as a woman, if you're in a relationship, if you're married, do you believe it's your job to give your husbands your first fruit? The best version of you? So do you tend to his needs before you go to work, or do you go to work and then attend to his needs when you come home from work?
I have a question. So I don't have a question. I have more of a statement. It's more like you see like a Michelle Obama and Michelle Obama and Barack Obama. It's more like that. she's not just staying at home with the kids. She's still able to do what she loves. She's still able to go out. She can still go out and advocate. And there's people in middle class, in high class, in all classes that's able to do that and want to do that. This is, I don't know why y'all think that. I'm sorry that they.
One mic.
Go ahead, Will.
Y'all not answering the questions I'm asking y'all. I asked you, do you think are you going to give your husband your first fruit, or do you give him what's left over after you go to work?
I give him my first fruit. I tend to him first. I'm gonna make sure I have a schedule to where I can tend to him first. So
in my mind, when people go to work, they tend to go to work by 7, 8, or 9 o'clock in the morning. They work until about 5 p.m., 3, 4, 5 p.m. They come home. Are you saying you're going to tend to your husband prior to working your 8-hour shift?
Yes, why not?
What? I don't know if they don't understand what I'm asking them, or they just being...
Can I piggyback off of this real quick?
Because the thing is, how needy are you?
I think Jasmine was trying to get
if you're at work and we're working the same hours, what is it that I don't have done at home? I'm confused. I'm not tending to you. You're tending to your job.
Let me tell you. So when okay, this is what a lot of people's schedules look like. Man wakes up, he goes to work. And I'm not saying every man, just some men wake up, get out the house around 7 a.m. or whatever, head to the office. He's at work. He gets off work between 3 to 5, and then he may go to the gym and work out. And then he comes home. Do you think that man is ready to just dive in and play with his kids or tend to his wife and talk to her and make sure she's good? Or do you think he's trying to first kick back and just kind of get back to his zen? What do you think he's trying to do?
Get back to his zen. So
therefore, he has yet to attend to his woman and or his children. The work came first, fitness came second, and now his zen is third. And then he's going to give his woman and or his children whatever he has left. Do you think he's giving his woman and his children the best version of himself?
I think my man is going to tend to me in the morning at the same time I'm tending to him. So technically he tended to me first, like I tended to him first before he went to work while we were eating breakfast.
All right, hold that thought. Go ahead, Jazz. If you're saying something, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I get what both parties are saying. I want to piggyback off what Will said first. So the question would be, yes, if my man wants me to stay home, don't work, and and he pay for everything or whatever the case may be, I will agree. You know what I mean? I feel like in marriage, you're supposed to look at your husband as basically, I want to say you're knight in shining armor. God is first in the house. God is first in the house first. You get what I'm saying? So if yes, Christ, exactly. Then husband, then wife, then children. That's what we follow. But to piggyback off of what Di is saying, at the end of the day, that's when those two parties aren't supposed to be together. You get what I'm saying? Because if y'all can't come to the agreement, if this man want you to do this, but you want to do that, it just shows you like, okay, well, maybe y'all not meant to be. You get what I'm saying? Just because y'all been together for a while doesn't mean anything. Just because y'all shared history with each other or children or whatever the case may be doesn't mean that y'all supposed to be with each other. I do feel like, now today, a lot of women still wants to work because they're second guessing what's going on. That's when you're not secure in your relationship. Neither one of y'all is secure. If you got a question, well, why should I do this? Or why should I give this up if I like doing this? Yes, you're supposed to trust your husband. Yes, you're supposed to trust your wife. But I do feel like now today, it's nothing wrong with both parties going outside and doing something, like getting it. You get what I'm saying?
Did anybody answer do y'all understand what I was asking?
I answered your question. Well, I feel like you're talking over me. You talk over a lot of people a lot sometimes, but I answered your question first. I said, yes, if the woman submits to her man, her husband, and Christ is involved, Jesus involved, God is involved. You trust your man on saying, listen, I don't want you to work. I just feel like you should do this X, Y, and Z, and we're gonna get it. You get what I'm saying? Trust me.
That's not what I'm asking.
You're supposed to trust him at that point. Well, you have a
I'm not asking.
a way of doing things. It's very rude to cut anybody off while they're speaking. Just hold off for a second. I'm not going against you.
Right, hold on, y'all.
If your question, I
Hold
will
on,
ask,
hold on.
I will allow you to ask the question again if I'm wrong. But I was just piggybacking off y'all debate that y'all was going back and forth about. I don't think neither one of the parties are wrong about what they're saying. You get what I'm saying? I just feel like it's two different scenarios. If she can't be with somebody that she don't trust, she shouldn't leave her job. If you want a woman to be your wife and you want her to trust you, you get what I'm saying? But you're providing her these things and making her feel in that manner, then it's gonna happen.
Okay, listen. When people cut me off, I didn't go into a tyrant and start talking about them, what they doing. They cut me off multiple times. Okay, that's what happens when you're on a panel and people are having a discussion. Y'all be getting so damn aggressive for no reason.
You don't know me to say any of those things.
All right, let's get back on track. Let's get back on. Okay, Jasmine and Will. Let's get back on the topic.
Yes.
Will, just for the panel's sake, what was your specific question, just so we can see if it was answered?
My question was, do you ladies give your man your first fruit? Your first fruit is first. When you wake up, the first thing you do, who do you give your best energy to? The best version of yourself. Who do you give the majority of your day to? Do you give it to your man, your children, or your career?
My kids.
I'm sure she answered the question, Will.
I'm accepting her answer.
You want to know why, or you just want to know?
If you go to work first, if you go to work first and you put in an 8-hour shift and you start your work day between 7 and 9, I can't possibly imagine you gave, because most people's kids are off to school by 7:30, 8 o'clock. I can't imagine someone waking up, getting their kids up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to give them 2 to 3, 4 hours of their time before they send them off to school and before they go off to work. So ladies, it's not true. You're giving your career.
It is true. It is. Hold up. Let me talk. Wait, hold on. Let me say this, right? So you didn't say that. Now you're going into more of a detailed question, right? All you said was when you first wake up, who gets the first fruits, right? When I wake up, I say my prayers, right? And then it's my kids, right? I have to be to work at 7 a.m. So I get up pretty early, sometimes around 5:30, wake my kids up, right? Allow them to see their mom. Pour love into them. Make sure they eat. Make sure they dress. Make sure they look nice before they get ready to leave out. That's also don't matter about the amount of time that you're. Oh, I'm here. I'm 8 hours with them or whatever the case may be. That's not the point. You just broke it down even way more than what you originally said. But when I first get up, it's my children, right? That's who I'm pouring into first. And then if I get a ride to work from my partner, then it's him after that. We're talking, we're vibing, then we're saying whatever we say before we go our separate ways. But energy is energy. Whether I'm not, when I go to work, I just said that. I don't believe in working hard. I'm working smart. You think I'm about to sit here and be busting my ass, doing all of this extra hard ass work? Hell no, I don't even believe in hard labor jobs. I'm not doing that. I'm going here, doing what I got to do, and I'm going home. That's it. I'm not pouring the extra energy that I don't have to.
I got you. Sweeney, you want to get in? You got anything to add, Marcus? Darwin?
No.
Okay. All right.
Only thing I can add is when you the guys that's listening, because I talk to a lot of guys, I'm starting to open it, the words that I push out to women too. So men, whenever you listen to women talk and they talk about how they're God-fearing, pay attention to how they exploit the word of God and how the stuff they're speaking is not actually aligned with the word of God. When someone can sit here and say they're God-fearing, but then when a man tells them do this and that, they have to go ahead and challenge them. They're telling you that they don't even believe in the word. when they say that, because that's not biblical. You get what I'm saying? So I just wanted to let the audience, know how to be able to, pay attention to those signals. That's all I got to say on that.
Yeah. And there's something else I wanted to add too, is that if you are questioning your husband's leadership, then you probably shouldn't be in a relationship with them. I think you should have that established before you even get to that point, because once you married and once you guys having these discussions, then I think you should be able to trust like what it is he's saying, especially if you can articulate yourself well and be able to explain the reason why. I'm all big when I put something out there. I'm explaining to you like why we doing this. This is what I believe that we should do, and here's the reason as to why we should do this. So I want to make sure that she has a full understanding as to why we're moving up in this direction. But I still think it's critical for her to be able to trust my leadership. I don't just tell somebody something. I tell them why I'm doing it from a logical point of view. So that's how I feel.
I agree with that. I totally agree with that. Explain, help her understand, basically.
I'm just saying, if I have a question and I don't understand, I'm gonna ask.
You can't expect somebody to follow you and you're not giving them a reason,
Well, I mean, here's the thing that you run into as well, is that sometimes you're giving them the reason, but it's not what they want to hear. And so then you start to kind of bump heads with them because they just can't. And at that point, you have to really evaluate if this is the person that's for you, because there are some women that are difficult. They don't process from logic. It always comes back to the how I feel, me. This is not what I want. This is not what I expected. This is not how I saw it. And so if they don't have an open mind to be able to receive what it is that I'm saying, then it's just, we're going to bump heads. I had this conversation all the time. You got to have an open mind to be able to receive as well. And if you have an open mind and it sounds logical, then why wouldn't you take that approach? If two people come and there's logic that's there and it makes perfect sense on earth to the mass, this makes sense, then why wouldn't you do it? Like, why would you still question it? If you're questioning, then it's probably something internally that's going on where you have a problem just trusting people and even trusting yourself.
Well, JR, I think the reason why most women have problems with their men, ultimately where the relationships break down, is because women want a man that's better than them. But then they act as if they're equals when they get that man. That man is not your equal. He's better than you. Because women don't date down. They want to date up. So how crazy of an oxymoron is it? How crazy of a conflict is it? When you got two objects that's trying to occupy the same space, that's the definition of an accident. You got a woman and she's trying to put two thought processes in one mouth. She's trying to have two thought processes come out her mouth. You have to be better than me, be taller than me, stronger than me, smarter than me, make more money than me, but somehow we're equal. How?
It was somebody that said something in there as well about like, what about what she wants? I don't know any man that's married or they care for a woman. I don't know whatever relationship status is where he doesn't listen to the things that she wants. I just don't see it happen. Like, I'm pretty sure as stern as Will is, I'm pretty sure that he does listen to his woman. Same thing. Go ahead.
As a married man, I listen to what my wife wants. I take in consideration the things that she asks for. But so long as it intersects with my purpose, my vision, and the direction that I want the household and our lives to go in, it's totally fine. I consider it. But just because she wants it don't mean that it's always going to be on the table or in the cards. It literally has to intersect. And if it doesn't, she understand that I'm going to say no. I'm going to decline it. And she got to be okay with that. And we communicated that before we got married. So we had that understanding.
I just want to say that if I don't have an understanding, I'm going to ask questions. Now, if he makes logical sense, like Lapeef said, and if what I'm doing is interfering with he's like, look, this been off, this been off, this been off, you've been acting like this, da, 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 da. I don't need that right now. I can't handle that right now. I'm seeing how this is affecting you, and you ain't doing your job at home. Cool. I'ma quit.
Can I give
Like
y'all?
I said, but I need to have an understanding on why you're telling me this.
Hold on,
Because
real quick. Let me respond to her real quick. I've been in that situation with my wife. She didn't have an understanding of what I was trying to communicate to her. I made a critical decision, and I explained it to her one time. She didn't understand it. I said, look, at this time, you probably ain't gonna never understand this, but you need to be able to exercise your ability to compromise and be cooperative.
So yeah,
I need you to do that.
So Di, there's nothing wrong with asking questions to gain clarity, to understand what someone is asking or trying to convey. The question is, let's say he cannot make it make sense. You do not understand it. Well, let me back up. Is he your leader, or are you his leader, or are you guys leading each other? That's the first.
God should be leading him, and I should be following.
So is he your leader, or are you his leader, or are y'all leading each other?
God is our leader.
Okay, so he's not your leader.
I want him to be, yeah, he is my leader. But this is the thing. Hold on. Leaders also makes mistakes. No man is perfect. That's what I'm saying. So
I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm just making sure. So yes, he's leading me. Yes.
I'm going to give you the breakdown, right? I need to first understand what his role is in your life. So he's your leader.
Yes.
So let's say
your leader. He can be, yes, he's my leader. Yes.
I'm putting a caveat on it. He's your leader. Whether he's following God or not, you allow him to be your leader, right?
No, I'm making sure he's following God first, then he's my leader.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I don't want to spend too much time on that. Okay.
That's what he do.
Hypothetically, he's a man of God and he's your leader. Go ahead.
So if he's your leader and he explains something to you that doesn't make sense to you, that doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. You don't understand it. Do you acquiesce, or do you push back because you don't understand it?
Depending on the severity of the situation.
Then that's a problem, because that man can affect, because at work, you ladies do what's told, what's expected of you, whether you understand it or not. When it comes to the law, you do what you're told, whether you understand it or not. It only comes when it's your man, because your man is not your head. For most of you women, your man is your equal at best. And that is a problem, because we don't let we don't let someone on the same level as us dictate to us or lead us. We may bounce out.
Dictating. I ask questions. I can ask questions to my leader. If you feel like you can't, just like we ask questions to our president every single day. If I'm going to ask to gain, I'm asking questions to gain clarification, just not for you to give me an answer and say go with the answer. Well, I still need clarification. And like I said, if it makes logical sense, which you decide to look over, then cool. Now, if he's in a state where he's like, man, I can't explain this right now, and he's going into details and he's explaining to me how severe, like how Darwin had to explain the severity of the situation to his wife. If I love this man, I've been with this man, we married, I'm going to quit my job because he needs me. That's what he's telling me. He needs me. Regardless if I'm not going to be able to gain an understanding now, but I am going to want just the type of woman I am. I want to make sure my man is cool. I'm going to want to gain an understanding.
Okay. Before I go to Ash, and I got another video I want to play, but let me get a mirror in there and see what she's been thinking just so far. I'm not sure how much you've heard, but
yeah, I'll go fast because I want Ash, because I know Ash is trying to get in. Di, married woman here. Do you think that I all the time agree with what my husband is doing? No. I mean, it doesn't always work that way. Example. He bought a property that I thought was a bad decision. I implored him. I said, please do not do this. This is a waste of money. We don't need to be spending on that. We can invest that into something else. My husband said, I'm getting the property, and you're going to see. You'll see. Who am I to tell him, no, I'm going to close the funds. I'm going to call the bank and make sure you can't do it. No, I don't understand what you're doing. So I'm not letting you do it. I'm going to be a speed bump in what you're doing just because I can't understand where we're going with this. I'm going to be a speed bump and a hindrance. No. And then at the end of the day, now we have people living in that property and that's bringing in money to us. So, I mean, sometimes you just have to trust. And that's one thing I think a lot of women here don't. Trust is a big thing. Okay,
Well,
Ash,
when it comes to
done.
money, let me just say, I'm not good with money. I would trust my man with my money, but we were specifically
That was just an example.
Yeah, but we were specifically talking about me stopping a career that I genuinely love. I'm not doing it for money. I will give my man all my money and he'll tell me the budget, how much I can spend. I'm not doing it for the luxurities of it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, there's a better
How I like
example
to
for
spend my
you.
time.
A better example as for working.
But
Same thing with me. I had to stop working too. I had my career as well, and my husband made me stop working too. So I even had that same situation happen with us too. Exactly the same. And I didn't want to stop because I wanted to work because that's what I went to school for. I went to law school to do my career. My husband said no. And what am I doing? Trusting. And
yeah,
I'm
that's
still
what
alive.
I said. Once I talked to my husband, he told me the severity of this, but I will also let him know if it's something I love, if this is not something I'm just doing, I would want to express myself too. Just tell him like, this is important to me too. And he could tell me, I understand this is important. I need you to do this though. I need you to do this. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's talking back or being how they're trying to make it say just because you telling him how you feel. I'm a woman. I'm going to have feelings about this. Now, if I'm just working some job just to bring in money because we want to take extra trips, that's nothing. Of course, I'm going to quit my job. Most women would quit their job because most women aren't doing things they love. They're doing things they have to do. But if I love what I do, I am going to tell him, hey, I love this. And if he tell me, okay, but do you love me more? Yeah, I do. So it's like, but I still want you to know I love this too. And if we can make a compromise, then yeah. But if he say no, there's no compromising, I'm gonna follow my husband.
All right.
Ash.
Go ahead, Amir.
Ash.
Yeah, I wanted to say this before I got off or whatever, but I feel like a lot of women do need to be able to trust their partner, right? And when they're, especially when he's the one that's leading. But to me, I feel like a leader in any type of sense, whether you're a man or whether you're at work, whether you're leading children, whether you, whatever it is that you're doing, you're in any type of leadership role and you have people following you, you need to be able to understand how people feel, right? What their wants and what their goals is. Just because you're a leader doesn't give you the right to tell somebody, oh, don't do this and don't do that. Whether, like, for instance, if like I don't know which one of y'all said it, but um you guys are speaking on you wanted to go to school for certain things or whatever the case may be. I feel like every human being should have a right to pursue their goals and their dreams. Just because you married and just because someone is the head right in front, that doesn't mean that you just put all your desires and your stuff on the back burner. I don't think that's a good leader to me. And I don't mean no disrespect to anybody. I just feel like a good leader also makes sure the people that's following him is happy as well. Because just because you're the leader doesn't mean you're first. A leader actually is one of the people that makes the most sacrifices. They put themselves last in the sense of um things that needs to be done, right? You making sure you're making the best decision for everybody and not just yourself. Um it was another point that I wanted to make before I got off of here. Damn, I forgot. But yeah, so that's all I basically wanted to oh yeah, hold up. You said that you would have quit your job, girl. No.
I was thinking about if I was just dating my child's father, I would, because if he's telling me that, because the way I feel is the person I wanted to marry, he considered my feelings so much and he knew my wants and needs and he just knew what would make me happy and he always gave me what make me happy. So I
Did you
don't think
meet
he
him?
would even ask me to do something like that. You know what I'm
Did you
saying?
meet him?
So, but if he did ask me to do something like that, I would feel like it's important. And it's the reason why he's like, I would trust him. After we have a conversation, I think he'll be able to get through to me. But that's why I said it's like they want women to be like come in one type of way, and there's different type of women out here, and that's the reason why there's different type of men. And we might not be like the basic, like the majority. Like it's a lot of, you know, like, you know what I'm saying, like being part of the masses in America, like this country out of all people is not always the best thing. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, I might not be the majority or the norm, but there's men out there who do not mind their woman working. And I think after a certain time and after a certain, like once you have so much saved up and you get to your goal quicker, now we can take off and we both can, you feel me? We can spend even more time together. You know what I'm saying? At a younger age. But yeah, to each his own.
I don't know what you're saying, because most women are average. I mean, when I say most, we're talking about the tune of 90%. Y'all don't make a lot of money.
And most people are average. That's why I said the average person.
You see, Jasmine, I get cut off too. Now, what I don't understand is that
I see that.
Yeah, but you know, it's just we don't have to be aggressive with each other. I just
you had to throw that in there.
Yeah, but I
wasn't aggressive. I wasn't aggressive.
Okay, listen, I want to apologize to y'all though, because my lady told me my disposition is bad, and the reason why it's bad is because I'm not sitting in a chair, I'm sitting on a stool, and after you sit on a stool for a while, you start to slouch and whatnot. So I won't come on here on a stool anymore. I'll be in a chair. But I just, it's amazing to me. No matter, every time I get on an Instagram live, I'm watching a TikTok live, I'm seeing a live stream on YouTube, all of the women are just so exceptional, unique. They're one of a kind. They're so rare. Women like me, I'm different. Y'all all got the same talking points. Y'all all say I feel 1 million times. None of y'all know how to change a battery in a smoke detector. Y'all are all on the same level. Most of y'all broke. Most of y'all want a man who's doing better than y'all. Most of y'all are overeducated, but don't have the type of education that produce revenue. Y'all are all the same. And it's so crazy because y'all have the most arrogance in the world. Y'all can't beat a man. Y'all can't outrun a man. Y'all ain't stronger than a man. Most of y'all ain't smarter than men. Y'all are inferior on almost every single level. But guess what? That's okay with men, because men say, you know what? I'll step in the gap for you in all of these areas that you're inadequate. I just need you to be a woman who submits to me and respects me. If you respect me, you don't even have to love me. You know why? Because if you respected a man, he wouldn't even know if you loved him or not. He wouldn't even look for whether or not you loved him. But if you don't respect him, there's no way he will associate you as a woman that loves him. Y'all out of order like a mother effer. I'm just amazed, because I'm like, I look at my female friends, my siblings, my cousins, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, y'all some fucking losers. All of y'all women are just running around, yelling, talking, broke as hell, credit bad, in debt like a mother. It's just insane how y'all are just so damn arrogant. Sorry about my little rant, but I just get y'all are insane.
If I could add one thing before
And y'all can't live without us. So next,
you right. We'll stand in the gap for all of that insanity. You are absolutely right.
As
we
you
love y'all
should.
in spite of.
Great.
I will say this just to clear something up for the audience. It's been said a lot. It's been said a lot on this network, a lot. I feel it's actually a replacement of principles and standards. So when you hear somebody say, I feel like, it doesn't have any principles behind it or any standards. They're literally deviated from any principles and standards. So they take on the I feel. It's a substitute. And then whenever I think I asked before she left, she mentioned leadership. People always make sacrifices to make whoever's under them happy. That is also false. And if you heard that and you took that in, you should erase that from your mind. And everything you do as a leader, you always place the mission first, no matter what you do. If you're the leader on a job, It's the mission, the task, the assignments that's priority, no matter what. Even at the expense of your employees being disgruntled or unhappy. In the military, the mission is always first, no matter if motherfuckers' leg is blown off. You're always gonna go do the mission first, no matter what. Is happiness is nobody gives a fuck about that. So just make sure y'all understand that in case y'all got confused with that.
Go ahead, Sweeney. I think Jasmine, Sweeney got a question for you, Jazz.
Okay.
All right. So, Jasmine, and
yeah,
in no way the question that I'm about to ask you means that I'm in that my beliefs are Will's, right? So take this with a grain of salt. But let's assume that everything Will said about women is true. Let's just assume it for the sake of the argument. Do you truly believe that a man is supposed to stand in the gap and endure all of that?
Do I believe that he's supposed to do like stand in the gap and endure all of that? No, he has a choice.
No, do you believe that he should?
I mean, if things can work out, I feel like, yeah, because in many ways he can help her, you know, and she could change for the better. So, Will, why are you laughing?
Hold on, no, I got this, Will. Hold on, wait, I got this. All right, follow-up question.
Yeah.
Let's say Di said, you niggas are broke. Y'all are not leaders. All y'all do is cheat, do us wrong, do us dirty, don't like your mama, ain't got no daddy at home, you can't work, you're overweight, you drink too much, all you do is smoke. And Will said, and Will said, and yup, you still gonna love us. And then right. Marcus says, and as you should. Do you believe that you, as a woman or women, should stand in the gap and endure that?
Everybody has a choice. So, like I said.
Okay.
Honestly, like I said, everybody has a choice.
It's impossible having conversations
with
you.
How you gonna clock her response but not even clock Will? That's some
wait.
That's some weird ass shit. Leave her alone.
My response was everybody has a choice. You can choose to deal with that or not, man or woman.
He didn't ask me that.
I said, should you?
Everybody can do whatever they want to do. The question is, should this be something that women endure? That would mean that you believe that in spite of all that negativity, women should still
Your
be.
ass better be there.
You don't believe that. Just say you don't believe it. Why are y'all so disingenuous when y'all have conversations with us?
Hold on. I'm just saying, everybody has a choice. Whatever you
choose. No, we
do.
get it. Hold on, wait. I got it, Will. I got it. Look,
me speaking. You want me to speak from the woman's perspective, but
no, not from the woman's perspective. I'm just asking you. If Di said all of that about men and it was true, do you believe that women should endure that? That means that they don't have a choice. They're supposed to do it.
I'll answer it for you, Swing.
Hold on, wait. Her silence mean enough. We ain't gotta. She ain't gotta answer. Her silence and the uncomfortable laughter said it all.
No, you good. Well, hold that thought. Let me get to these.
Take whatever you want from that. Honestly, I don't know. Like I said, I agree with some things that Will said. I agree with some things that Dar said. Di said. You said what? Will.
Everything I said.
Relax, Will. Goodness. You got to get up off that stool. It's hurting you bad, boo.
Okay.
You know, just stand there a little bit. But what I'm saying is, I just feel like no matter what, go what works for what works for you. You get what I'm saying, man or woman, whether you're bringing in the money or not, whether you're married or not. You know what I'm saying? Go do what works for you. Life is too fucking short, and life is also what you make it. And that's the true stand that I'm going to live by at all times. So I agree with some of the things that everybody said up here. And I disagreed with a lot of things that y'all said too. It just, life goes on. So,
Amir,
hopefully everybody learns.
Hold on, let me get
Hopefully
you.
everybody learns something. I love to learn from men.
Yes.
I love to learn from women. And I learned a lot here. So,
all right, hold tight, Jazz. Hold tight.
okay.
First $5 says, well, if the woman stop listening to Beyonce Independent Woman and TLC No Scrubs, women can be a little more better to men. $5 says, how to get on the wait list for the show. Did get your DM. AP Accountability Partner $5 says, Ash has been in Kamala's school for word salad. Shout out to the panel. Let's unburden ourselves. AP again. $5 says, no disrespect, sisters. If you all sat back and listened and took heed from the married men on the panel, you may learn some things. Ronald, $3 super sticker. Thank you. AP again, $5 says, Ash is a go-getter, but she won't go get the battery changed in that smoke detector. AP Accountability, $2 said, Will, quit using logic. Big Ant, 11. $10 says, Dab both Darwin and Bruiser make you look bad every Thursday. Damn. Champ Talk Reactions 199 says, husband left for food, but not batteries, huh? Scorch 824 $2 says, Ash, tell your dude to replace them batteries. Jeez. Big Ant 11 $10 says, die. Now Will making you look bad also. Lord have mercy. And Fizz 199 says, the harsh reality is men are built to endure it. I want to thank everybody has contributed to the platform thus far. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. About to play that video, Sweeney. That Kendra G video. I'll play this video. We did have a dialogue in the King chat group, so I'll just highlight some points that were said, and I'll see if Sweeney got an angle with it, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. Here we go.
Tony LA 31, businessman, he owns hotels, no kids, never married. What kind of woman you like, Tony?
Be anything, but I love black.
Oh, you like black girls?
I love some chocolate, some Nutella.
Woo! Chocolate Nutella, he said. Should she make a certain amount of money?
If she don't have money, is no problem. I have money.
What? You talking the ladies' language, Tony. All right, Tony, the next part is called the Kendra Cam. That's when you stand up and I see your full body. We got you. Woo! All right, Tony. Okay. What? Oh, Tony the Tiger. Tony the Tiger. What? Last time you had a girlfriend?
Before an hour ago.
You broke up with your girl an hour ago?
Look, she meant we couple. She thought, but for me, no. I told her, you see your job, I see my job, and yes, we split up.
Wait a minute. So it was a girl that thought you guys were in a relationship, but you didn't think y'all were in a relationship.
She thought we in a relationship, but we never been.
Okay, so now, when's the last time you had sex? You don't have to answer.
Today?
Okay, so the woman who thought you was her man, you slept with her today.
Yes, she was.
And then after sex, you educated her that you actually are not her man.
Yeah, because she was not my type.
What was wrong with her, Tony?
She wanted me to buy her a Ferrari. I told her I want to buy you Lamborghini. She said, no, I want Ferrari. Okay, I said, you're not my type because my girl have to have a Lamborghini, not a Ferrari, because I own Lamborghini for myself. So when I go on the road, I want my girlfriend to have a Lamborghini, same car as me. So I don't like Ferrari. That's all.
Is this a for real statement or are you just trolling me?
People know me. I never lie.
Okay, you know what? TikTok, I'm always new. So I've literally, like, I want people to know, like, this is me and Tony's first time ever meeting. This my first conversation. Someone in the comments says that you're worth $350 million.
Not exactly that one, but yeah.
Somewhere around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. And why would a woman be lucky to be with you other than the fact that you're worth $300 million?
So what was the question again?
Why would a woman be lucky to be with you?
Why not? Who wouldn't be happy to be with me? I have money. I respect girls. I send her shopping. I make her shopping. Louis V, Miu Miu, Hermes, Chanel, Prada, Dolce Gabbana, Gucci, Louis V, Gabi. Everything. What she need. She want a car. I bought all the cars except Ferrari. She want money. I give her money. She want money for her family. Yes, I can give her money. But she never cheat on me. If she cheat on me, I get that. All the things that I gave to her.
Okay, ladies, here he is. Tony. You can search him by name.
That was a complete waste of time. JR, you muted.
My bad. We're going to bring up the conversation. So, in the King Talk group, it was said that Sweeney said and proved that having money is still infinitely better than having game or riz. And then somebody said it's true. I've been saying this for years. Online or off, having your bag right is the best remedy. Wouldn't that impact the quality of the experience in person as well? As long as the guy doesn't come off as obnoxious asshole, he will be straight. And even then, there are a ton of women that will overlook that just to smash in an expensive car. So women that are there solely for the money isn't a poor quality of choice. That was a question. And it was like a little bit back and forth. But go ahead, Sweeney. I mean, what was your angle with this video that you thought would be interesting to discuss?
All right, so if you watch that video, and it is funny because Will had the right reaction, right? I'm sure that Will kind of looked at this guy as like essentially a cornball, very the leading with your money type, you know. What most people would consider like that is supposed to give people the ick, right? Yeah, but that wasn't his results. He got thousands of DMs from women throwing themselves at him. And so what that told me is that yeah, having money is always infinitely better than having game or riz. It's gonna always yield better results. Now, for the long term, maybe not, because everybody's still in it for the money. But if you're there for a long time, a good time, not a long time, you can ride that gravy train forever.
Seen Casino before?
No.
I personally think that money is essential, but I would encourage a man to be able to converse with women more so than have money, because that money will attract that woman, but you're not going to be able to keep a woman with money alone that genuinely wants to be with you. If you can talk to her, if your mouth game is right, if you could whisper those sweet nothings in her ear, so to speak, that woman will be with you for the rest of her life. She'll find a way to make ends meet, go without. And I don't have a problem. Like I said last time, Sweeney, I think your money is a proposition that you use your money to help lure a woman in. And women shouldn't feel bad by going to be with a man because he got money. That should be a value proposition. You shouldn't want a man to be broke. You should want him to have his money intact. but that can't be your sole reason for being there. If that's your sole reason for being there, then you are morally flawed. But that video, that dude, I mean, I can't imagine being worth $300,000 and going on a Kendra G show. If the only way I can end up on Kendra G show, I have to be in the middle of nowhere, that there's literally no women in my zip code to end up on Kendra G show. I don't understand this long distance mentality of, yo, I'm willing to have these problems with someone who lives in a different state. Because we act like the relationship is better if you find somebody living in a different state. Don't that just add another layer of problems? People love problems in their relationship. They like, let me put as many problems and conflict in this situation as possible. Now that I can't ever see you, you always have to be available when I call you. What you mean you're not going to answer my FaceTime call? I want to see you. I ain't got time to be answering your damn FaceTime call. That Pop the Balloon show, stupid. Kendra G show, stupid. Sorry to be hating on their shows on your show, JR, but yeah, all them shows are stupid.
I like Pop the Balloon. Me and my wife watch it together. It's a decent show. It's entertaining. Shout out to Arlette and them. Maybe one day they'll come on the show and have us on there. Well, not have us on there, but so the reason I asked you about Casino, Sweeney, was in that movie, dude was a multi-millionaire mob boss with all the power, and his woman did not want him because it wasn't enough. She was taking his money and giving it to this other dude. I think his name was Lester. And they was chasing him around, trying to kill him, all type of shit. If you have, like, anybody can pay a prostitute, or you can entice somebody with some money, but eventually it runs the cycle of you being used, and nothing is as good as when you first got it. And if you got a lot of that same thing, like your first pair of Jordans, they special. But once you get to 200, 300 Jordans, they kind of just shoes to you at that point. And when what'd you say?
No, go ahead, bro. I'll respond after you're done.
Okay. And I think that's why people be like, the person changed up when you purchased them. Because after they get used to a certain living standard, it's not as special as when they hadn't experienced it. It's almost expected. And it kind of it doesn't hit the same way anymore. Then they start looking at who you are as a person. And if you you say you don't got no game, no riz, or not able to communicate within a relationship, you'll find yourself running into a wall and being like, I don't know what's wrong with these women. I give them everything, and I can never get what I want back in return. But it's because you're not able to establish a connection that transcends just the finances. So when I think about game, it's not just walking up to a chick and hollering at her. It includes the ability to communicate, keep her engaged within a relationship, so y'all connection can consistently be there. It also runs directly parallel with intimacy, because if you can't do the communication aspect, it's really hard to get intimacy to make the relationship work. Because especially with women, like I know with us, we'll see an ass walk by, get on hard, and we want to fuck. With them, sometimes it's a whole lot more intimacy. It's throughout the day, the conversation, or just the connection that you build on her.
So I think I understand what you're saying, right? And that's why I said, if you're there for a good time, not a long time, right? Obviously, this is not a long-term solution. Having money is not always, well, for the most part, it can be, because you can still buy somebody to do what you want them to do, for the most part. If you got enough bread, you can make somebody do what you need them to do, and they acquiesce to it because they want the money. But when you're talking about just, and the thing is like, this ain't even a situation where you have to lead with money and say, I got X, Y, Z. If you walk in and you look like money, and people, and all you have to do is not fuck it up with your mouth, that's still, you know what I mean? Like, you still can yield the same results in a short-term situation. And then, even then, we're not talking about a dude that's completely inept at communication. He, for the most part, knows how to talk to people, but he doesn't have like game. You know what I mean? Because we all know that game and just basic communication is two totally different spectrums. Money grants you access to a lot of things that game doesn't necessarily get you there. Money opens up a lot more doors that game may not necessarily get you there. We know plenty of dudes that ain't got no game, but if you say I got $350 million, there's dudes out there that got all the game in the world and they ain't have thousands of women in their inbox saying, hey, what's going on? How are you doing?
Yeah, I think if you go on the show with like the dudes that go on the show, that like you remember that dude Terrence, he was real small and he couldn't ever get anybody to date him. The women was flooding his inbox. I think however you present yourself is I'm thinking about the balloon, excuse me. But I think however you present yourself is what's going to be able to maintain that traction. And I think we take for granted the amount of single women there are in the world right now. So I don't think 1,000 DMs is far-fetched for a man that they deem worthy on any category, whether it's just him having 350 million or they just vibe. Like on the latest show, they had a dude come out there. He didn't talk about his money, but the way he carried himself and the way he spoke with all those women, I'm sure his DM gonna be flooded if him and that other girl break up. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't put money on Front Street at all.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me get some of the ladies in there. I don't want the guys to dominate. Go ahead. Any ladies want to get in there?
I'll go. The guy, he made a good point. I mean, Ferrari is Italian garbage. And yeah, I mean, we are the same too in my house. We only have Lamborghini because Ferrari is garbage. But I think that he was joking or making some kind of a false story when it comes to him breaking up with a girl, because I don't know. He sounds like one of those Serbian guys, you know. He sounds like
I think he's Albanian.
Yeah, he's from that area, and these guys, you know, people are saying like, oh, he's rich, so we don't know if he's rich or not. We don't know that. Anybody can act like whatever they want online. We don't know. The other part is he doesn't have to be rich to get girls. He's not unattractive, and a lot of women like guys that look like him and who have a heavy accent, have heavy Eastern European accent. A lot of girls like that. So I don't think that, as you guys say, DMs are on fire or DMs popping. I don't think that his DM popping only because of the money. I think women are really attracted to how he looks and his accent. A lot of women want a guy like that to talk nasty things in their ears. Astaghfirullah. But I don't know. I think that was an extreme waste of time. I think he was a character. I think he was playing a character on the show. And I think he's trying to make a fool of black women. I don't think that he was sincere. I think he wanted to make a fool, and he wanted to show that all he had to do was say that he likes chocolate, and all the black women would be like, oh my God, he loves us. And like trying to blow up his DMs, as they say. And I think he made a fool out of them. So I don't think any of the black women should have paid him any attention.
Go ahead, Jazz.
It's just certain things like that just do not grasp my attention. I feel like the whole thing was a joke. He got up there trolling. If it was just to targeted black women, I don't see where he got successful at too much. But he could have made up the whole story. You know what I mean? So yeah, I kind of agree with what Amir is saying about him trying to get the black women and make a fool out of us or whatever the case may be, because they feel like we just go after money, but we don't, or try to make it seem like we go after looks. But if we're talking about looks, he's not the average black woman's flavor. To be honest, you know, we don't. No offense, we don't like pink. You know, so.
Y'all damn lie. Y'all.
No, I don't have to lie, Will.
Piglet, I swear I was gonna say.
Here's the tripped out part. Here's the tripped out part. Coming off of both what Amir and Jasmine just said, and you see Di in the background, there were thousands of black women in his DMs saying pick me.
Well,
thousands.
Because
so even if
they're needy. Because listen, just like you said, if he made a joke, it was because he made a joke, but he also was trying to make it seem like he had so much money to grasp the attention. Because you get some men that think that that's what women want. But hey, if that's what happened, then cool, fine. They only went after his money or whatever the case may be. But you know,
there's women in all races who would do that, and he probably just got predominantly black women because he was on Kendra G's show.
because he talked about, oh, I like Nutella.
But if he was going to a different show, and if he was like she said, it's the way he presented it that he was making a joke out of us, a fool out of us. If he's on a different platform, and he was going for a different demographic, I'm pretty sure he would have presented himself differently. That's why even when he came on there, he tried to put on a fake hood accent. Like, he was really about that life, and you're not. Like, you barely speak English. Like, I think it's exactly what Amira said.
Y'all tell us constantly how convince. Yeah, here go Will. Yes, man. Y'all try to convince us all the time how other races want y'all. How y'all.
Why are you saying y'all? That's not. I don't think that's.
I didn't
true.
say you. I didn't say you. Now, how you want me to say it? Some black women.
Just say the women that you encountered or the women you have spoke with. Don't just say y'all, because when you say y'all, you're speaking of women as a whole, and I don't like it.
Well, I'm gonna say y'all because I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of y'all. Okay, y'all tell. Well, let me ask you this then. I'll ask you, Jasmine. Do you think you're highly sought after by other people, other races, other than black men?
No, I like my black men. So
I didn't ask you who you like. I'm not asking you who you like. I'm asking you.
I don't like the way I answer stuff. Oh, stop it!
That ain't what he asked.
I feel like we are more sexualized. And
I didn't ask you any of that. I'm asking you, are you sought after? God. See how you don't want me to say y'all. I try to say you, and you still can't answer it.
I ain't in this.
I know, but yet you want to tell me how to talk.
Yeah, don't say y'all.
Well, what? Because
you said that you say y'all constantly say that how other races want you guys over us, but that's what I'm saying. Just speak on the people that you have spoke with, or the people that you know that have told you that, or whatever. Me per se, I don't care. I'm not a racist or anything like that, but I don't care. Like, I don't even look towards the other race. They don't float my boat.
Cutting me off and you didn't.
I don't care.
Off.
Good, because Will, you've been doing that the whole time. So
you a damn lie. I be quiet just like everybody else. I might talk more than other dudes, but y'all saying some bullshit. And y'all not answering my questions.
This is why a lot of black men don't even want to deal with us. Y'all talk down on us. Y'all do it more than any other race. Talk down on they women. They have their problems with their women. But
Jasmine saying the damn thing.
Oh God.
You don't hear Jasmine saying, God, let him finish. Don't cut him off. But Swingy, watch this.
I didn't hear nobody saying that for me either. So
you the only person telling people not to cut.
Yes, because you were cutting me off.
Anyways.
All right, y'all. Let's go to continue the conversation. Go ahead.
Stan, I don't understand how you ask a question is not answered. I was about to ask Sweeney a question now, and you made me lose my train of thought. Damn it. But this is just crazy.
No, Will, you were saying y'all always say that you're the most sought out women by other races. You keep telling us.
Yeah, so it's crazy because this guy is on here, right? And whether he's trolling or not, I think it was a stupid interview, but all those women jumped in his DMs. Maybe they thought he was handsome, but it was because he has the money. Because black women as a whole are not attracted to Eastern European men. They're just not attracted to that heavy accent. Now, some may be, but black women in general aren't. The reason why his DMs were flooded is because he said what he's worth. And black women show that they're opportunists and they're easily exposed. Because if you know what, black women should have tuned out. When they heard him talking that heavy accent, they should have been like, this ain't my cup of tea. I'm checked out. But no. And y'all want us to believe, because y'all say it on every platform, that y'all about to start divesting because other men want y'all, and y'all tired of waiting in line for us to get our act right. Y'all gonna start dealing with the other men who want y'all so bad. But we don't see those numbers of interracial relationships drastically increasing.
What I don't like is why you putting it all on black women like it's not other races that do it too. You see it all the day, every day.
No, I don't deal with other people. I only see people. I don't talk to enough white women to understand what their hangups are and what their issues.
So to say it's a black woman thing and you don't have that experience in other races to know if it's a thing for them or not is weird.
I didn't say it was a black woman thing. I said black women.
You said it because that's what black women do, and that's what most of y'all.
That is not what I said. I said black women are constantly trying to tell us that other groups of men want them. I didn't say it was a black woman thing, nothing. Y'all hear what y'all want to hear. Y'all respond to stuff that I'm not asking. Y'all damn sure don't respond to what I'm asking.
All right, hold tight. Well, let's get Darwin now. Go ahead.
So what I will say is to the point, I think the whole narrative is whether money works or whether game or something like that. I'm not sure. But the way I see it is three things. There's money and status, there's riz and game, and there's being straightforward with intention. Money and status versus riz and game pretty much get you the same outcome, if we can agree to that. That's sex. I don't believe riz and gaming a woman up for marriage even makes sense. Money and status, using money and status, I don't even believe in using that for marriage makes sense either. I think riz and game, money and status is in the same lane. They want the same outcome. Can I get the buns? Straightforward and intention, you can get either one. You could be straightforward and intentional for marriage, straightforward and intentional for sex. So I would argue that, yes, money and status has more power to get the outcome versus riz and game. But if you're trying to go for either one of them, I don't think you can go wrong if you're straightforward and intentional, whether that's sex or marriage. And I just leave it at that.
I agree with that.
Shane, you there?
Shane been gone for an hour and a half. Shane ain't there. Shane over there cooking some breakfast or something. She out of there. Shane checked out a long time ago.
Listen, I'm listening to y'all. I gotta be at work at 5 o'clock in the morning. Be quiet.
I knew it. Shane out of there.
Is there anything you wanted to ask, Shane?
No. Not right now. I love being with you.
I want to add something else.
Go ahead, Amir.
He made a fool out of black women. I'm just saying, he made the fool. He's a character. He did a character. And this is a shame that people actually DM'd him or are trying to get into his graces or get into his bubble. Why? He made a fool. And you see what he said? No, wait. Do you hear what he said? I love a chocolate. Shut up. Are you stupid? What is this? I love a chocolate. He did that because he knew that black women would be like, oh, I'm chocolate.
So if that's the case, then no, he didn't make a fool out of black women.
He made a fool.
He made a fool out of himself, and then black women made a fool out of themselves by being in his inbox. Despite the fact that he was trolling them, despite the fact that he was, I love a chocolato, despite the fact that he was talking about he dropped a chick because she wanted a Lambo and not a Ferrari, despite all of this, they jumped in his inbox en masse and was like, pick me.
So how did they make a fool out of him? I'm with Amr. I think that I wouldn't say he made a fool out of them. I would say if anybody made a fool out of themselves, it would be the host. As a black woman, seeing a man come up there and look at black women as a way to leverage his money to get her. If she cared about the community or the culture or the sisterhood or how black women is represented and what leverage sways them from their principles, she would have stood up and said, no, you can't just come throwing money at black women like that's how you can just buy us.
Period.
That's what I would have expected from a black woman.
I wouldn't.
But because, well, you know what? I take that back. I guess.
Kendra's one of them. If you could expect that from a black woman, Darwin, you should have expected those black women not to jump in his DM. Right?
I retract my statement.
So,
but I would say this. I would have been proud to hear Kendra G stand up and say, "Hey, look, no, we're not doing that over here. Sister, you don't look at us like that." I would have if she would have took it as offensive, I would have been proud. It would have shocked me. Kendra's, but I think that,
views.
And what's crazy is what's
No, you
crazy? Did y'all read the comments?
I've never seen
All right.
it.
So in the comments, this is how crazy it gets. Kendra went on to actually tag a woman that she felt would be a perfect match for him.
I saw that.
Oh, wow.
So
What color was
she was black.
Tell them who it was, Sweeney.
I don't know who the chick was. I think it was like Princess something or whatever. I don't know.
It was Ray J.
tell him? The fuck?
Who?
Ray J's baby mama.
Was it Ray J's baby mama?
Oh, wow.
So she sent the worst. She sent a single mother to.
Well, there you go, Darwin. I think Amir is right. I think, and I don't agree with Sweeney that he played himself. You got to understand something. Think about this.
I'm saying if we were to say that somebody made a fool of themselves, I would say that if anything,
he looks like a clown to us. Yes,
right. He made himself look foolish like a clown, but he couldn't possibly make a fool out of black women. They made a fool out of themselves by jumping in his DMs and throwing themselves at him.
Well, this is why he didn't make himself look like a fool. Really, we think he looks like a clown, but that doesn't mean he made a fool of himself because we're not the target market that he's trying to reach.
Exactly.
Darwin, he ain't trying to get MY, he ain't trying to get JR's attention, right? So he not on there for us. So we can think he looked like a clown all we want. But the women didn't think he looked like a clown. And if they did, it didn't stop them from giving him what he wanted. Now think about it. What'd you say? Thousands of women was in his DM?
Thousands.
So let's just use 1,000, right? If there's 1,000 women in his DM, what percentage of those women do you think he can sleep with on the first night?
I guarantee at least half of them.
I would say 75 to 80%.
I was big.
At least. So think about it. All I got to do is put this out there. It's a marketing play, right? It's a commercial. Put this out there. Say, oh, Lamborghini, Ferrari, 350 million, blah, blah, blah. All these DMs. All you got to do is just go down and copy and paste and message all of them the same thing. Hey, I'm going to be in your city. Hey, we're going to be at the Ritz-Carlton. And you can come by at 3 o'clock. And then the other one, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And then boom, 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 boom. You'll see all these people. Oh, I'm here for it. I'm here to see such and such. They're all at the concierge desk. Yeah. And it is what it is. Women show you just how vulnerable they are in their cerebral. They don't think well when it comes to these things. They're blinded by things like things that represent fun, excitement, money. Women become very, very weak in that regard, and they fall for things. That's why guys with money or status can always get women to cross the line and mortgage their morality and do things that they normally wouldn't do because they don't think well when it comes to these type of situations.
I would throw in a caveat, Will. I even think motherfuckers who lie about money and status are able to achieve the same. Like there's a reason why dudes can walk into a club, pretend like they got money, and walk out with something on any given night.
So money, it's about the idea, right? The idea of the excitement that a man struck a nerve and got her. You know how they say triggered, and how people go extreme one direction when they're triggered. They do the extreme opposite when they're excited.
It's the identity. He identified as what she desired. As long as you can sell the identity and you have a specific outcome, you can get that outcome. Now, whether you can retain it, that's another story. But if the outcome is, hey, I want to give me some buns, I think we had this conversation before.
Yep.
Go to Turo, get you a fucking Maserati, whatever they said they want to get, and get you an Airbnb, $500,000 Airbnb, and flaunt. Like,
you know what women don't ever notice, Darwin? If they get in a man's car, if they go to a man's expensive Airbnb, they never trip that they don't see any photographs of him in his own house or no photographs of his family. They don't see any pots, and there's nothing in this place that represents him, but they don't care because they're so busy taking selfies to post them on the internet to stun on other losing ass women. You know, it's all about a pecking order. Look at me. I'm doing better than you, bitch. That's all it is. Y'all, women hate each other more than they think we hate them.
Period.
Y'all just something wrong with y'all. Y'all got like this venomous viper in y'all that y'all kill y'all.
Let me ask you this, Will, because this is my first time being on the panel, and I gotta say, man, you very I can vibe with you, brother. You seem like you articulate yourself. So, but don't get the big head, brother. I still might come for you.
I hope you do. I love it because think about it.
I give everybody smoke, but yeah. what I want to ask you though, let me ask you this: if you was in the club and you trying to smash, you know what I'm saying? And Sam Cassell walked up in there. You know who Sam Cassell is?
Yes.
Who gonna pull more joints? You or Sam Cassell?
It's a coin toss because off of physical, if the woman doesn't know who Sam Cassell is, I'm gonna probably win. If the woman knows who Sam Cassell is, more than likely he's gonna win.
Thank you.
Let me rephrase it then.
Okay.
If you own the club, I think Sam Cassell's net worth is 23 million. If you own the club,
well, I can make it easier.
Hold on, wait. Let me just say this: if you own the club, if you saw an NBA player coming there, 23 million, would you make it known? Wouldn't you make it known? For this business 101, you would make it known that, hey, look, Sam or whatever just walked in there, and they pretty much buy out the bar. It's a marketing strategy to announce a public figure like that. So we can erase the fact that the woman wouldn't know who he is.
Okay.
So by default, the woman would know who he is because either one, they know him. Number two, it's been announced.
Yes.
So what is your answer now?
So it still varies. I will lean towards he would be the victor, but I'm very confident that when I get a chance to talk to a woman, I talk to women in a way that most men don't talk to them. And women have told me repeatedly, I've never allowed a man to say to me what you say to me. So because of that, if I get a chance to talk to her, I can level the playing field a little bit. If I don't get a chance because it's loud as a club, chances are I'm going to be the one to lose that battle.
You in the club.
Now we ain't saying. Hold on, wait. Now we ain't saying that y'all trying to grab the same woman who will win. What we're saying is you walk in, you on your side of the club. He walk in, he on this side of the club. Both of y'all are trying to achieve pulling women for the night. Y'all, this is the scenario where you remember in what the hell was the name of that movie? Coming of age story. The nigga got his ass beat for grabbing the girl ass. The Wood. Oh. So both of y'all in the club is who can pull the most numbers.
I'm not going to pull the most. I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to pull the most because first of all, the club is not my hunting ground. The club is a place to stunt, front, and be that dude, and that's not me. I use my mouthpiece to get what I want out of women. I don't use flashiness and money and status, right? So I'm probably going to lose by a landslide, but I will leave with a woman if that's my objective. I will get a number, not leave with her, but I will get a number, whatever.
Right.
But, no, I will.
Yeah, but you know.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Well, they buried me under the graveyard for saying that Sam Cassell would pull more women because he was ugly or something like that.
Yeah, he'll outdo me. I mean, hell, look at that handsome face. You know why that face so handsome? Because he a millionaire that's famous, or at least he was a millionaire. I don't know what his status is now. He
worked 23 mil. He the head coach of the who he coaching?
Assistant coach for the Houston Rockets.
Oh, assistant coach. Yeah,
is his
network?
Oh, okay,
he got network.
Definitely. We see men are practical. We're logical. Why would you think you're going to go up against a man who has status and money, and the woman knows he has it, and think that you're just going?
Well, you got these plethora of men who just literally praise the Riz game thing as it is an end all be all against anybody who got millions, status or whatever.
Mark Zuckerberg is lame as he look and corny as he look. He gonna pull more women than me. Black women at that. Because you just saw the Ferrari Russian Middle Eastern European.
1,000 women was in his DMs. And I'm gonna say this. Let me say this. The dude didn't come out and say he had money. The little Russian dude. Somebody put in the check that he was worth 350 million. So he didn't technically lead with it. He was just talking about what he liked and all of that shit. And somebody threw in the
look, Swaney, you see that? All you gotta do is appeal to that arrogance in them.
No, I'm appreciative. I go out handing out compliments to make people smile, men and women. It makes us all feel good. I'm appreciative.
That's cool. That's all men got to do. That's why they always tell me, "Hey, queen, hey, beautiful." And then y'all, the guy that really wants you, when he say, "Hey, queen, beautiful," you get so tired of hearing it. See, publicly on these public platforms, but if he just saw you and you was in a grocery store, if I'm gonna live in Atlanta, if he was walking in Kroger and he saw you, he say, "Hey, you're so gorgeous. You gonna do this?"
I'm gonna say thank you, and then I'm gonna see if I like something on him that I could.
You gonna walk? You gonna what?
You don't know me, and that's the problem.
Nah, she gonna compliment. She gonna compliment.
I look a certain type of way, you would assume that I would act a certain type of way. Obviously, because you putting this rude and demeanor on me. I'm not rude. I'm appreciative.
Wait. What's the kind of way that you look?
Beautiful.
Ooh.
Wait. Somebody acknowledged it.
Oh Lord.
Filled with light and love.
Oh, yeah, so y'all grading yourselves now. You beautiful, Di. Is that what you're saying? And what do you base that off of?
Her DMs.
The light and the love that I carry.
No. That has nothing to do with your physical appearance.
Well,
that too.
No. What makes you beautiful? We can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted.
My bad. The way my face put together. I'm cute.
Okay, explain it. What about your face?
My eyes are, to me, I like the way my eyes are placed, my eyebrows. I like my forehead. I like my cheeks. I like my lips. I want to get my teeth fixed. I like my nose. I like my ears. Okay. I feel like, as far as my appearance. Yeah.
So you wouldn't change anything about your appearance?
I would get my teeth done.
Okay, cool. Fair enough. Right. Would you change
and I want healthier skin.
Oh, okay. So 2 things. Anything else?
About my appearance?
Yes, your face. Just your face. Would you change anything? Teeth and skin?
Yes.
Nothing else?
No.
So do you wear makeup?
Not often, no. Only on special occasions, like if I'm going to like a hosting or something like that.
Okay. Do you believe you look better with the makeup on than you do right now?
No, I feel like my natural. I feel like I like this better. I like wearing this more.
So you choose to be uglier when you go to the special occasions?
No, it's like more polished, I guess you could say. Like when I first put on my makeup, sometimes it looks weird because I'm so used to my natural face, but it's more like
a look that you don't favor as much is how you want to present yourself.
I just told you I want to fix the quality of my skin. So if my skin was better, then I wouldn't wear makeup.
I understand. So listen to what I'm saying.
So I'm fixing the parts that I wanted to change.
I understand. Listen to what I'm asking you.
Okay.
You said you like your face better without makeup. So even though you may have some imperfections in your skin, we all have imperfections, by the way. So this ain't a rag on you. This is just a thought process I'm addressing. Mm-hmm. You think your natural beauty is better, yet you alter your face on special occasions. During special occasions, you change the way you look to even your skin, even though you think it makes you less pretty.
Okay.
You didn't think about this.
No, I didn't think about it. When I go, so for instance, if I go to the special occasion, I don't like usually wearing dresses. At those occasions, there's a certain beauty standard. I'm meaning that beauty standard. I know my makeup is going to be fine regardless, but I do think I'm more beautiful with it off. But just because my makeup is on, don't mean I don't think I'm beautiful with it on. I still think I'm beautiful regardless, but when I walk into that environment, I'm meeting that standard.
Okay.
Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. A couple shows ago, I found out I was a hot commodity. Apparently, women like dad bods.
Women like all types of men. Women
I
like,
found out I was a hot commodity.
look, skinny dudes get love, fat dudes, tall, short, ugly, light skin, dark skin, bald, hairy, beard, no beard, mustache, no mustache. The Dwayne the Rock Johnson don't have a mustache or beard. He get all the love in the world. JR got a beard like Rick Ross. Some women love that. Some women don't love a beard. People tell me I need to grow my facial hair out. I can't, by the way. It's patchy as hell, so no.
Will, do you feel like, I have a question. Do you feel like you're handsome?
Absolutely.
You do? Why?
Because women respond to the way I look. So it has nothing to do. Women respond the way I look. I don't.
So if it was, let's just
if women
say,
did feel like this, if no women responded to the way I look, I would not think I'm handsome.
That's what you believe. Okay.
No, because it's not about me needing this self-reassurance and this confidence in myself, and I gotta believe.
Not about that's reassurance when someone else tell you that you look a certain way. How do you feel about yourself is what I'm asking you.
But
do you
and
feel
I
like
told
you say yes. I said why?
Hold on. I told you.
You came with the reassurance of because women.
No, it wasn't the reassurance. Watch this. Do women like what's the damn fancy purse brand? Not the Birkin bags. What's the other one? The expensive one that they can't really afford? I done lost my train of thought.
The I don't know shit.
Hey, what's the expensive purse? God damn, the designer bags, not Louis, not Gucci, the designer bags.
The tote bag.
Hermes.
Not Hermes, the one that, God damn.
The tote bag.
Let me look this up real quick. I can't even think of it.
There's a bunch of them. Coach, Wendy,
Birkin.
Birkin.
Not a Birkin.
Louis Vuitton.
No,
not that.
You said it's a bag, and we done named every goddamn bag known.
Hold on, let's go down to his
Michael
salary
Kors.
cap. Michael Kors.
Birkin.
No. Chanel. I was thinking Chanel.
Oh, Chanel.
Right. So I'm gonna ask y'all: is Chanel a good brand?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's high
Because of the
demand.
quality.
Exactly. We see how people respond to it. That's how we know it's a good brand. It has nothing to do with whether or not I investigated. I checked the seam strength. I checked the quality of the leather. If people respond to it, I'm going to say that thing is in high demand. It looks good. It's good quality or something. If women did not respond to the way I look, I would be like, hey, if you ask me, hey, Will, do you think you're handsome? I'm like, no. I have no results to support that I'm handsome. I can believe it all I want, but me just believing it means nothing. If I don't have the results to show for it, I'm gonna be like, no.
Get that goddamn cat off your face. What's wrong with you?
She was smelling me. She wasn't touching me. She was smelling me. She wanted. She just
Clearly they do, Sweeney. So, gentlemen, do y'all agree with what I said about me, or do y'all walk around thinking y'all handsome because y'all just believe that about yourselves?
Nah, I gotta have the results, man. Somebody gotta be hitting on me.
No, I'd go off of two things. I go off of what you said earlier. Also, I understand that from being an image consultant school, there's flattering parts of the human face that are attractive, universally attractive. I go by that too.
You got a skill for recognizing that, though, or you at least got to focus.
Jawlines, jawlines, shit like that. Symmetry in the face, eyes.
So, Jasmine, do you think you're attractive?
Very much so.
Of course. What makes you think that about you?
First, me loving myself. First me loving myself, but yes, it's also like you said, reassurance of other people. Letting me know.
So, do you think everybody? Do you love?
The sound is crazy. Y'all gonna back up off me a little bit.
Do you think everybody?
I'm saying the same thing that you just said. First,
No,
I said
you
yes.
didn't.
Me knowing.
You didn't.
Hold on. I said first.
So
me knowing that I'm beautiful first. Yes, I'm gonna always believe that. I don't care, but yes, of other people as well. That's reassurance.
Okay,
Other
so
people letting me know you're a beautiful person, or you have a beautiful smile, or your eyes are beautiful, or you have nice cheekbones, or you know what I'm saying. So yes, it's reassurance of other people, but I know that of myself first. So I'm gonna say yes.
Do you think
I know that of myself first.
Yes, suffice. Yes,
then
was
yes.
fine. I accepted your yes. Your yes was suffice. I accepted that. I don't need the soliloquy. But let me ask you,
Well, you
do you
got
think
it. The same way you went into bags and all of that to back up what you were saying, yeah. So,
okay, okay, I gave you an example to correlate it to make it make sense.
That's
I'm just
fine.
beating a dead horse. But listen, do you think everybody that you love is beautiful?
In their own way, yes.
No, I asked you, do you think that they're beautiful? Do you think that they're attractive? Attractive.
Yes.
Let me take beautiful out because y'all conflate beauty.
Attractive, yes. Attractive, yes.
I'm talking about to the general public, right? Do you think the way they look, the general public likes the way they look?
Yes.
That's a damn shame. Everybody she loves, the general public likes the way they look. So you don't think nobody?
Yeah, got that friend, a family member that you said was like, damn, you third world ugly.
I can't believe it, Jesus. I can't believe it, Jesus.
Hell, I can tell you I know some people that are third world ugly.
Sweeney, this ain't even delusional. We got to stop calling these women delusional.
I'm far from delusional.
Gotta call them liars.
You asked me a question, I answered. I feel like everybody is beautiful in their own way, and that's just my answer.
That's not what I asked you, though.
You asked me, is it appealing to the public?
I asked you, do you believe that everybody that you love is physically or are they attractive to the general?
Okay, well, I'm gonna rephrase my answer. They should.
I'm done. I ain't got what else to say. What are we talking about?
Like, why do you want me to be mean so bad? Well, you could go on mute.
So there we go, right there. Hold on. There we go, right there. She said it just to be nice.
No, that's called lying, bro. This is why they get lied to so much. They love lying. They live in the space of lying. They want to be lied to because if you tell them the truth, you're mean. If I tell a woman, I'm like, hey, I don't really like I was dating this girl one time and we was trying to go to a restaurant and it was like, we're supposed to be there like 7. It's 7:15 and she just sat down to do her makeup. I'm like, hey, yo, forget the makeup. Let's go. She does her makeup and I'm like, oh shit, she looked terrible. She's a beautiful girl. But you know how sometimes women do their makeup and their cheekbones start looking sharp and all that. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? You doing your eyebrows and now you're making them so straight or boxy. I'm like, yo, can we leave? You know, I don't even want to go no more because now I don't want to sit across the table looking at you when you look like a clown to me. I'm not about to sit here and just, oh, you're looking beautiful. No, I'm like, babe, can you please stop that? She don't want to because she care more about what the general public is looking at than she care about the man that's sitting across from her. My experience is what you're supposed to be trying to cultivate. You're not supposed to be trying to sit there to be seen by onlookers, but that's what y'all do. Y'all so inundated with what people see. Y'all are just
I got a follow-up question to Will's question, Jasmine.
Okay.
Do you think everybody that you don't love
Oh my God
is attractive to the general public?
Why y'all always want to okay, go ahead.
Do you think that everybody that you don't love is physically attractive to the general public?
Nope. Not at all.
So they third world ugly, but everybody that you love is fine as hell.
They third world ugly. I don't call nobody ugly.
I think women. I think it's. I
like to be nice. I'd rather be nice. You know what I'm saying? My mother used to say, like, you know, if you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. So I just feel like, you know,
it's a tough night, man. All I can say is, man, I think women generally, and I could be wrong on this one. It's just what I think. I think women generally haven't figured out how to accept that they might not be beautiful. That's the reason why I think there's so many pushes for body positivity, and sort of what she said. If you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. I want to say that probably was coined from the inspiration of a woman, or if it was created by a man, it was inspired by a woman. Because I don't think, man, with Trip, bro, you ugly. Yeah, I know. I hear it all. I've seen it happen all the time, man. I know it. Shit. You know, and they just keep moving. They keep doing what they can and just push on. But if you tell a woman she's ugly, she's, oh my God, really?
Because we are emotional.
And she's gonna run to the bathroom or some shit, make a phone call. They said I was ugly. I thought you said I was.
True.
So I
Called
think
me weak, bro.
it's
She called me weak, but
sensitivity
women are
level.
weak. They're
Huh?
unequal.
I think it's a sensitivity level. I think there's a sense of care that you got to have. And that's why we have to, I ain't gonna say we have to lie, but as men, I think that's why we lie, because we don't want to. That should just speak to our consideration for y'all feelings. Imagine if we didn't give a fuck. We would just be calling a spade all the time. I mean, and I know there's some guys out there that will do that, but because because we're able to just, lie for the sake of your feelings, you should know that we kind of care for y'all feelings, y'all level of sensitivity.
So do you think that women are showing men grace as well?
No, I would say the parallel to them being ugly is
not ugly. It could be other things,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, as far as the grace thing, I think it's him not having enough wages or being tall enough or something like that. Maybe I think they're very blunt on that, on the shaming. Whenever it's time to shame the man for his appearance, attraction, or what makes him attractive, they don't hold back. But I think men do hold back.
Do you think women are upfront with their husbands or significant others about whether they're being satisfied in the bedroom or not?
No, I don't think they do that either, because the same thing. I mean, if a man was straight up, I think it would be more devastating. I mean, if she could be straight up, then he could be straight up, and I don't think they really want that. They just want to keep that mask. And like, hey, look, baby, you tell me it's good, I'm gonna tell you it's good.
Men don't be trying to hear that. No, that would hurt a man's ego so bad. And I really, really like this guy. I thought we'd go somewhere, and he was so upset at me and so like offended and was like aggressive towards me for like 2 weeks. Like, I was scared to say anything else about what could have been done better. But a lot of guys, I don't think, just because I can't even tell you that I really love my job when I'm finna quit. So what makes you think I'm finna be telling you about something that's structured? Like, this is a big part of your ego. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't want to hurt his ego, because I see how men react when their egos are hurt.
Are we talking about sex?
Yeah, I think his ego will be hurt if you
don't even know if they're getting good sex from a man or not.
I think if she's hyper
experienced, y'all too experienced. That's the problem.
Wait,
Oh,
huh?
yeah, that's one
Wait, what
thing.
was
That's
that?
one
Your ladies are too experienced. You shouldn't even know if the sex is good.
You can tell by how it feels. What do you mean you should know if sex is good? Like, I'm confused.
You should be able to, you should just say, I don't like sex. You shouldn't be able to know if it's good sex or bad sex.
I should feel good the same way you feel. If you don't nut, if you don't come, you're going to consider that bad sex.
Well, ma'am, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
So you're telling me just because you don't know the experience of coming, that
so
you don't know.
So
like,
he's saying you shouldn't have anything to comparatively analyze it against. That was his
I don't compare. It has nothing to do with comparison.
Yeah, you do.
No, it doesn't. It has nothing to do with comparison. It has nothing to do with.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If you gave me some watermelon, and I hate using this because we're colored, but okay, fuck it.
Damn, bro.
Okay, we black, whatever you want to call it. If you gave me some watermelon and I took a bite out of it, motherfucker, oh, this is some bad watermelon. Wouldn't that mean that I've had some watermelon previous?
That's because you said some bad watermelon. But if it tastes nasty, it's just nasty. It's just nasty. Say if I never have watermelon before, and I ate the watermelon and I said it's nasty, in order for me to think it's bad, I had to have had it before.
Yes. You could just say, I don't like it.
That's
Guess what?
No. You would say, if you had some watermelon, right, and it was nasty, you would just say watermelon is nasty.
Right. You wouldn't say this is bad watermelon. I said to you, in order to know that you have bad sex, you have to know what good sex is. See, if all you ever had was bad sex, you would just say,
there's a such thing as masturbation. So if you can't even do what I can do for myself, it's bad sex, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay,
You don't have to have experience in something that much to say if it's bad or not.
No. Let's do this.
Have bad sex. What are you talking about? And I can say a watermelon is nasty without tasting that watermelon before.
Right. So you just went on the record. I'm glad you did that. You masturbated. I didn't say you did. You said it.
Get to know your body first.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you ever had a masturbation session where that wasn't all that good this time? Did you ever have that feeling?
No, I learned my
so
body.
It's always been A1 every time.
Now I'm gonna be honest. Listen. I'm gonna be honest with one thing. No, but I am going to be honest with one thing. Not to get too personal or deep, but with fingering, I didn't understand where the clit was inside, so I didn't understand the enjoyments of that. But when I figured out where the clit was positioned, then yes. But at first, no, it was.
Did you enjoy it even though you didn't? Did you enjoy it even though you didn't know?
No, I didn't. That's why I stopped masturbating in that manner. Like, I'm like, this don't work. This ain't nothing. Like, I didn't like it. Like, no, it wasn't doing anything. Like what other women was saying it was doing for them, it wasn't doing for me. Like, it wasn't giving at all.
Here's a great question for you, Di. Have you ever breathed some bad oxygen?
Can somebody else say
whoa. Have you ever breathed some bad oxygen?
I'm done. I think we should. It's been a lot of me talking. I think we should share the panel. Let's share the panel. Because he's just making the same analogy in a different way.
I'm
I could be in a room full of bad oxygen and coughing my ass off and still know it's bad oxygen without knowing what good oxygen is.
Let me ask you this, guy. Have you ever? I'm not gonna say the word.
You was breathing.
I don't know why y'all think that.
What makes her think she was coughing off of oxygen? Whatever she was breathing wasn't oxygen.
Okay, let's go.
Have you ever smoked? Have you ever smoked?
Let's get back to this man.
Have you ever smoked some? Have you ever smoked
black women?
Let's go ahead and
like gold diggers, because he got 1,000 out of the millions that was in here. Let's
just go to show. We got a couple.
Because that's what the publicized on me.
Don't you hear JR talking?
I'm trying to mute. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to mute. Boy, y'all got it all over the place, man. Hot and ready. Go ahead, Ninja. With Ninja folks.
All right. So to answer the question involving why a lot of us women are argumentative and aggressive and very combative and psychologically competitive with men as well as the men toward the women, vice versa. A lot of people are not going to like what I'm going to say. A lot of people are going to speculate of what I'm going to say. But none of us on this panel, let alone in real life, have cared to observe certain things surrounding the story of Eris, how she dropped the golden apple of discord and how it led to war. But we are so concerned about marriage. See, that story in Greco-Roman mythology taught us about the origins of vanity surrounding whether a person is high value or a person is low value. It used to be the fact that we could be talking about wealth in our own private homes surrounding marriages. Now, when we speak about whether we high value or low value, we end up at risk for criminal activity. But a lot of us deny that, and we disagree with that ourselves. We never care to take a look in the mirror. Same thing surrounding how one person said, and I'm not going to bring her name up, and another person said, I'm not going to bring his name up. So the same thing with one person said, well, women are this, that, and the third as leaders. And another person said, man, is the leader and blah, blah, blah. That came from the story of the first said wife and the poison of God. None of y'all notice that we're all talking about the same book of Enoch when we're psychologically talking about debates over who's the better gender in marriage, in relationships, in this word called courtship. In my generation, if you said the word courtship, guess what? You get jumped. People will fight you. In my generation, if you said high value woman, you a high value woman or a high value man, guess what? A lot of them will be like, oh, let's go rob that person. Let's go rob that ninja.
So your name is it Ninja, folks?
It's Nigel.
Nigel, I'm sorry.
I'm so lost, ma'am. I have no idea what you're talking about. And maybe I'm just slow and dumb, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, the reason why you have no idea as to what reason why you have no idea as to what I'm talking about is because, like, I read certain things about books, and I would watch certain things about mythology and fiction explained, as well as things about the foundation of the Bible. But at the same time, that's not my point here, neither here nor there. What I'm saying is, there was a story surrounding the goddess Eris in Greco-Roman mythology, how she dropped the golden apple of discord, and she wrote the words to the fairest in Greek. When she wrote that, you want to know what Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena did? They argued about which one was the most beautiful. It took Zeus to say, shut up, women! Shut up, you three! I'm trying to concentrate. Here y'all are talking about beauty. I said, and then he said, from now on, let me be the choice leader here and bring out this young boy. So what did he do? He talked to a shepherd named Paris. Paris, he was the one that was told to choose between the three, and he ended up choosing Aphrodite, which led to the Trojan War. And I'm gonna wrap this up there.
Okay.
Hey, I think you should end it with one more word. Don't take this the wrong way. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I think that would be the ribbon to just tidy it
You
all.
might be too young for that. That's an OG phrase right there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to connect that to what we're talking about right now.
I love chocolate. I love chocolate. I love chocolate. I love the chocolate. I love the Hershey's. I love the Snickers.
That's not even funny though.
I love
You love what?
Not
What
even
you
funny
like?
about that.
She's being facetious, y'all.
I know. I see Will laughing, but I don't see what's funny.
Oh my God!
Oh my
How y'all missed the whole first half
You
of the
guys are killing me.
conversation? She was being facetious. She was getting back on
Nutella.
topic what we was talking about, but she was making fun of the dude.
I didn't understand.
And Will, I got something to say to you.
Hold that, Jasmine. Kim got a question. Go ahead, Kim.
Hey, panel. So my question is for Darwin. I just want to ask, because he was mentioning earlier, and I don't mean to overtalk you, Nigel. Sorry, I'm not. Just a backtrack. You mentioned that women don't know necessarily how attractive they are. That's fair. Maybe we market ourselves or whatnot. My question to you is, when you talk to these married couples, outside of money and outside of looks, what are the things that you recommend and suggest people when they're like talking about, when they come to you and they're talking about marriage, long-term relationships, or taking it to the next step? What are the things that you tell both men and women that they really, outside, I know it's God first, but what are the other intangibles?
Okay, so you asking me Can you rephrase that question again? I'm sure I'm lost you on the attraction thing.
No, so earlier, a few minutes ago, you said women are not as attractive as they think they are, right?
No, I think I said women don't accept.
Right.
They have a hard time accepting that they might not be
As attractive as they think
might
they are.
not be beautiful, period.
Right. Okay. That well, sorry, I should have said that. Yes. Okay. So outside of looks and outside of money, because y'all were talking about money earlier, what are the things that in your opinion, what do you tell people that they need to be looking for? Both men and women, the intangibles.
Well, for men, I would tell them to look for a woman who's cooperative, impressionable, and she is willing to get on your program. And for women, if they have any covering or if they come from any principles, to lean on that and see if that man that is vetting them out has any of those principles that align. And I try not to tell the woman to go out and search. I try to tell them to lean on who's covering them to help them with discernment, because a lot of women struggle with discernment. You know, we just had a conversation on how men are finessing women using game and riz. I think that game and riz literally dismantles a woman's ability to use proper discernment, because so many other things that they desire, it just confuses their mindset. But if you have a male, I'm not gonna say male oversight, I'm gonna just say a covering, somebody that can help you with discernment. They won't get tired, they won't get confused, or they won't get swayed or persuaded by that. They can push through it and see through it. Like if you bring a man to your father, he's gonna be able to see through all the little material things or all the little facades that the man put up that inspired you or persuaded you that he was a good man. And he gonna check him on other things that I guess carries the relationship for long term. That answers for you?
Yeah.
Because I think all the men can attest to that. If any of our daughters bring a man to us, we don't give a damn about his Ferrari or whatever, or we care that he has a job. Obviously, you need to be able to provide resources. But we look at his character, his personality, the standards that he hold himself accountable to. Those things are important. So
would you also agree that women, in your opinion, are overlooking good men solely based off of superficial things like looks, height, all those other?
Yeah, I think those things are prioritized. I would even often say that they would, if the guy don't even have principles and standards that he lived by, but he was tall and sexy flexy and had a big pipe, it would supersede that. That would make up for his lack of principles and standards, which is sad. But they're willing to lower, you know what I'm saying, their expectations because he have all those things. That's what we're trying to. That's why we're in the trenches every day trying to fix, to try to get you to, hey, that's a poor choice. But they always understand it after they got the wear and tear. You know what I'm saying? After the years of body counts and all this other stuff, then they understand it. But we try to get them to understand that a little earlier. Even the women that are seasoned, that done went through it, they won't even go back and tell them. They just sit there and go, ahead, girl, you, what they call it, work it, or what do they call it these days?
Slay
it, or some shit like that. And I'd be like,
no, they say sashay, Shantae, walk it on the runway. Sorry for interrupting.
Kim, question.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that you've overlooked good men for those superficial qualities?
Yeah, I have before.
Have you done it? What, are you single now?
Mm-hmm.
Have you done it recently?
No.
When's the last time you think you've done it?
Oh, wow. Well, Jesus Christ. I'm single and I haven't dated in seriously in 5 years.
Wow. So is it possible that you've done it recently?
No, because I'm not like actively like I'm not like pursuing marriage or anything like seriously.
Pursued you in this 5-year hiatus or this celibacy, or
I don't waste anybody's time, so I can't say that that I've overlooked, because at this point, I will definitely talk and entertain somebody that I'm interested in.
Wait, hold on. So in the last 5 years, you haven't dated. Was it intentional that you?
Yeah, it was intentional.
So in that 5 years, did men try to talk to you and you turned some of them down because they didn't meet the aesthetics that you were?
No, it had nothing to do with aesthetics.
So you know all the reasons why you turned men down?
Yes.
And none of it had to do with aesthetics.
No.
That's interesting.
She basically saying that she turned them down because she wasn't trying to waste their time, so she bowed out before she ever gave them a chance.
Well, I don't think that's what she's saying. I think that may be what she want us to accept.
No, that's what she's saying. We done had this conversation before ad nauseum.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, again, Sweeney, I think that may be what she want people to accept, but it's almost impossible to turn someone down without knowing them if it has nothing to do with aesthetics. You would have to know something about these guys before you can turn them down.
No, she's literally saying that she cuts it off at the head because she's not interested in dating right now at this moment. Trust me, if you watch like the last 8 shows, you will understand.
Thank you, Sweeney.
We've covered this ad nauseum, bro.
Yeah, thank you, Sweeney.
She rejects relationships and everything because of her own thing that she got going on.
And if somebody was to come into her life right now, that she just said
saying that now,
right
now she would do that.
So when did that change?
I think she has some time to reflect after a couple
after a few episodes and conversations with us. And I'm sure it's probably fairly goddamn recent.
Sweeney,
I have a pretty good way of penetrating these things.
Well, I wasn't trying to, with all due respect, I wasn't trying to make it personal. I was just simply asking Darwin if this was what he sees.
I wasn't trying to dive in your life. I was just trying to gain some insight because the question you asked was about, people overlooking people for certain things. And I oftentimes when I talk to women, it's like almost every woman does just that thing that they say that men shouldn't do. They do it all the time. And I was just trying to ask you a couple questions to see if you have done that as well, but you say you haven't, and I accept it.
At this current time, it would not be limited to aesthetics at all. If that answers your question, and going forward.
Okay.
Yeah, but just to seal the deal on your original question, I believe that if a woman focus on those things, she can get married and have a beautiful family. She did not got to be 120 pounds, absolute gorgeous, none of that.
So the main things are being flexible, like you said, and agreeable. And
I will be with a woman. I will be with Respucia as long as she's cooperative, impressionable, and submissive.
So Darwin, I'm going to ask you.
If I had to choose between her and goddamn Angela Bassett, I'm choosing Respucia.
So you would date a woman that today, at your current time, that you maybe wouldn't have dated, 20 years ago, when you didn't have this current mindset, if she was less desirable or attractive or whatever, as long as she was agreeable and submissive and fit your plan.
Yes, the outcome. It's all about the outcome now. If the outcome is just sex, obviously I'm going for the Angela Bassett. But if I want a wife that's not going to quarrel with me in the house, it's not going to push back and challenge me on my authority, I'm going to choose the one that's cooperative and impressionable and submissive.
Okay.
I call Cap. That nigga is not picking Respucia.
Well, I think he was going to the extreme, but
I just went to the extreme. Obviously,
but you would have to really unpack the reason as to why he's saying what he's saying, because typically
he can use Respucia, JR. Gabrielle Sidibe got a husband.
I mean, I know, but
I'm gonna tell y'all one thing about Respucia. If she's cooperative, impressionable, and submissive, nobody knows what you could do with a woman who has those qualities. You can get her in the gym, you can get her to diet, you can get her body right. Nobody's seen her less with 200 pounds less on her.
Respucia, man.
No, Respucia is the woman from Norbit.
Is Eddie Murphy.
That's Eddie Murphy.
Nah, but you get what I'm saying.
I know he's like, yeah.
The character, not the real person. In that case, I would have just said Eddie Murphy. Pause.
Chat is so funny.
But I'm just saying though, when a woman have those type of qualities, there's endless things you can do to her. She's gonna lean whatever direction you take her. If you tell her, hey babe, you work on this, you can work on that, she's gonna go and do it. She's just gonna go and do it. A lot of people are saying it's lies, but these are some of the things that y'all discount on women. A woman's ability to be able to do that.
I agree with you.
It makes a wonderful mate. That's why I have a wife today. If that weren't the case, I would not have a wife.
So let me, if I may, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to ask the ladies, specifically Di and Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. It's nice to meet you. Nothing against you, Amira, because you're married. Do you think, and this is because, you know, I've been told that I need to ask women these questions, hold them, quote unquote, you know.
You asking me the question?
I'm going to ask both of y'all, but you can go first. The question is, do you think as a whole, because they're saying women don't hold other women accountable, do you think we are insufferable and we are not able to be submissive as a collective?
No, I don't think that.
Can you tell me why
I do agree that a lot of women don't hold each other accountable. I feel like a lot of women don't want to have those hard conversations because some friends will accept it, whereas other friends wouldn't. And that's when I tell them the friend who accepts it that's your friend. Like that's the one who, like, I think a lot of people used to think like that in their 20s, but as we're getting older, as far as my friend group, because a lot of us as women are having these problems now. Like now that we notice some of the things that we all thought was right is turning out to be wrong, especially from the neighborhood we're in. It's like now we got to speak up. We got to hold each other accountable. And when we first start, usually women don't do it in the right way, but the more we kept doing it, the easier it was for us to understand. I think it's harder than what people think. I think the work that's needed and the constant being a bigger person, knowing to give this person time, space. She just blew up, but as time went on, there's no more blowing up. There's understanding there. They're changing the way they're acting. It's more accountability. And I think that if we can do that for each other as women, we should be able to also do that for
each other.
Yes, like it just in relationships with the guys, like they should be able to do. Like it's just a lot of. I think the men don't understand. Like, yes, y'all go through this because of who we are, but we also damage our own relationships sometimes by having these qualities.
So let me ask you one
grow with go ahead.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you one last question. If you knew a friend that was dating, and he was a really good guy, and she was telling you all kinds of maybe you thought excuses, would you tell her? You're being ridiculous. You need to give him a chance. That's a good man. Yes. Would you tell him that?
Yes. I have done it plenty of times.
Yeah.
This is why I don't have
plenty of time.
I want to say I have maybe 1 or 2 single friends now, and all my other friends are either married or in a long-term relationship, because a lot of the times, like you try to go that route with your friends that's dating and give them good advice if they're willing to seek marriage or seek a long committed relationship, because you don't have to be married. You don't have to legally be married on paper to be married, So I do have friends that potentially could be with a nice guy.
They tell on themselves so much.
And Will.
Jasmine, you come on. What? Think about what you said.
My text message.
My point is this.
Let her finish.
Kim, my point is this. Yes, I get on my friends about certain things of that nature.
Okay. So thank you all ladies for answering. So Darwin, to go back to you, I think if you don't mind, and maybe you can analyze this, I feel like they both said they hold women accountable. Like, they both said that they'll tell other women. I think sometimes the impasse is, Will mentioned that, or alluded to maybe, he's not understanding why some women aren't, maybe dating or pass up. Both of these ladies are proof that like women are holding each other, accountable and trying to make women better. Because I was told women can only hold women accountable.
They say that, but we've seen on this panel, not this show tonight, countless times that is not the case.
Darwin, that's not
No,
true. I
as a
did
matter of
go to
fact,
shows where I held women accountable, and I've done it backstage. I've
Off
definitely
and
done
not.
it.
as a matter of fact, I
Hold
would even
people.
add, when I asked Jasmine, we asked Jasmine several
Oh
questions
boy.
that would have shown that she'd have been like, she even said it out her own mouth. I can't be mean, y'all. I
Yeah,
gotta be nice. She couldn't even say, I don't know anybody. I know some people that ain't that good of a looker
So what does
to
that
the
have to
general
do with
public.
Kim's question and
I'm
what I
about to. I'm,
So all right, I'm gonna follow it up. I'm gonna
I'm not
follow it
about
up.
blasting my
I got you.
family.
I
I'm
got you.
sorry.
I
I'm not
got you
doing
though. I got you. If your friend came to you and thought she was hot shit, like she was the finest thing when she walked out the room, makeup done up and everything, but you knew she looked like a booger wolf, would you tell her she looked like a booger wolf?
no.
I
And
would
she should.
definitely help my friend out. Like, no, that's not
I was
working for
just
you.
gonna say, help your
That's not
friend
working
out.
for
Help
you.
your friend
That's
out.
not working for you. Like
Help
I
your
said, I'm
friend
not
out.
gonna be mean about it. Men are different from women. Y'all will straight out just tell your man, bro, you're ugly as shit. Whatever. Us women, we're gonna compromise with our friend because we're emotional and we know
No,
for
you're
a
gonna
fact
lie.
that would hurt a person's feelings.
Just say
So,
you're
like I
gonna lie.
said, I would dead ass tell my friend, look, boo, this not working for you. How about this? Or let me help you with this. And we don't just sit back and talk about it. We try to help them fix the shit.
I
And she
used to
said,
dress like I was going to Comic-Con. I remember we was going to the hood. My friends instantly told me, Diamond, take that off. They gonna ride your ass when we get there. And I'm like, I don't care. I want to dress how I want. They like, gee, I'm not even lying to you. This is not the time or the occasion.
I don't care.
Like, my homie better let me know. Like, tell me what's up. Like, no, you're not supposed to let your homie go out like that. No.
Okay, listen, y'all. Two
I'm gonna
things.
help her.
One, you ladies can't hold other women accountable. I wish we stopped talking like this. We dudes, we can't hold other guys accountable. I cannot hold Sweeney accountable. The only way you can hold someone accountable, you have to be able to punish them or restrict some access towards them. I can't. There's no way if Kim and Jasmine don't know each other, there's no way Kim speaking up to Jasmine is holding Jasmine accountable. Maybe she may be confronting Jasmine. Maybe she may be bringing something to Jasmine's attention that she shouldn't do, but she can't hold Jasmine accountable. Jasmine would be like, B, who are you? Whatever. I'm going to do what I do. Mind your business, blah, 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 blah. Because Kim has no way to restrict her access from anything, and she has no way to punish her. So you can only hold people accountable when you can take something away from them. The second thing is, Jasmine, do you not realize what you said a second ago when you was talking about your friends? You got plenty of friends that you got to tell, girl, he's a good man. You ladies.
No. I said, no, rewind. Because I said I have plenty of friends I had to tell that. No, I said I've had plenty of friends that I had to explain that to. I said, and now this is why I said, and now this is why I don't have a lot of single friends anymore, maybe one or two. You get what I'm saying? That's what I said. You said I just said I have plenty. I have, meaning present, like now, right? I said I have had, and I've had these conversations with people I was friends with. I'm trying to figure out why you always trying to jump down my throat.
I'm not trying to jump down your throat. I'm just bringing something to your attention.
No, bring it to your attention. Correct me before you address me.
Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Jasmine.
Great. Now back to what you were saying.
Well, no, you to cut me off and you just took the flow. So
I'm done. I just wanted to rephrase what you said.
Hell, boy, I tell
Because you said current. I said current. Like I said current. Like I currently have these friends. I said I have had.
Right now, all your friends are in relationships?
Relationships are married.
All of them.
Relationships are married. It's me being a woman, a grown woman. I don't have a lot of friends. So yeah.
What?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I don't.
So being a grown woman means
I call my friends are my real friends, and I don't have a lot of them.
I don't know what that means. Okay.
It means exactly what I just said. What are you talking about?
And I just said I don't know what it means. I didn't tell you wasn't.
It's not hard to understand. I don't have a lot of friends.
What are you talking about?
Y'all be saying as a grown woman, I don't have like I'm supposed to know grown women don't have friends. Like
no, I didn't say I didn't have friends. I was saying I don't have a lot. So it's not a lot of friends. Like I could count on one hand how many friends I have. And you said, are all of them in a relationship or married? I said, yes, they're all in a relationship or married.
Okay.
So a
Let me
woman
ask you
that
this,
has a
Will.
lot of friends isn't a grown woman?
Right.
Let me ask you this, Will.
No, that didn't have nothing to do with it. And I just said it
Then
because
why
I
would you
wanted
say
to
it?
because I
So
felt like
let me ask you this, Will.
What's that, bro?
Let me try to paint a scenario. I'm not gonna even paint a scenario. I'm tired of doing that shit. Let me just say this. If I know what you believe, if I know that you walk by a certain principle and you deviated from that principle, wouldn't me holding you accountable be checking you on that?
Yes and no. If you and I have a rapport, a friendship, then yes, because you can remove access. You can restrict my access to you if I am moving as a man that lacks integrity. You'd be like, look, I don't fool with dudes like you. I know you better than this, and you moving in a way that I don't like.
I get it. So you're saying that I would have to be able to pull something
Yes.
away from you. So let me ask you this.
To incentivize the behavior change.
Exactly. So let me rephrase it. What if I have respect for you, but you did something,
okay,
and you deviated from the principles that you believe in, and I said, you know what? I don't respect that. I don't respect you because you did that.
Mm-hmm.
Taking that respect away would be holding you accountable.
It could if I cared about maintaining.
Oh, you have to care about it.
Well, because if I don't care,
took your car away, as long as you care about the car.
Well, see, because look, if you take something tangible away from me that I have access to, yes. But if you're just taking your respect from me away, I may not have known you respected me, nor did I care that you respected me. But if I'm in a position where I benefit or I want you to continue to respect me, then yes, because you're taking something that I want to maintain, it will prompt a behavior change. But if I don't know you, don't care if you respect me, didn't know you respected me, it probably wouldn't weigh enough to sway my behavior.
So whether or not I was able to successfully hold you accountable, it's subjective to what you care about.
No, it's not about. It's about.
It is.
No. But I'm saying you're not holding me accountable unless you can punish me to some capacity. You're just bringing it to my attention. You're making me aware.
If I take my respect away from you, it's 50-50 whether or not you care about the respect you have.
You're taking something away from me that could impact me, right? If I cared about that, if I'm the type of person where my reputation matters and I try to influence people, you're making me aware that the influence I used to have on you, that somehow I benefit from, whether it's physically, financially, or just mentally, you're telling me that has changed. That may impact me to say, damn, I don't want him to not respect me anymore. Let me get on my square. And so therefore it will be a tool, an incentive. It'll be something you can use to incentivize me to change my behavior. But if you don't have a way to incentivize me, like our kids, right? Our kids do things, and if we don't punish them, we don't take toys away from them, put them on timeout, spank them, whatever the case may be, they're just going to keep doing whatever they do.
What if they grown?
Don't apply then.
What if they grown?
Same thing. I got an adult child. I got a 19-year-old. I could be like, hey, no, I'm not doing this for you no more. If you don't move the way I tell you to move, you're gonna lose access to my wallet.
Oh, okay. When I meant grown, I mean like they solely stable.
Okay, it can be. Hey, don't call my phone no more.
Okay.
Somebody may want to be able to call you, right? They may want to be in relationship with you. You can strip. It's called boundaries. My lady tell me all the time I need to establish better boundaries with people.
So, I get it. You have an interesting way of how you look at accountability, and that's fine. I look at it the same way, but I think by default, everybody would like to be respected by everyone. I think it's safe to say that.
Not today. Not in today's time. The people tell you right away. Like we talked about yesterday, Clarissa Shields was like, not yesterday, the other day, I don't give a fuck about y'all, Beck. I don't care nothing about y'all. She was making it known, screaming it to the rap.
Yeah, but you and I know that she was lying.
But when people say what they say, you and I can be smart enough to be like, we know they lying, but we got to.
You just told Sweeney not to call him delusional, just call him a liar.
Yeah, we got to take him at face value. We know she lying. But if she's telling you she don't care, we gonna just keep telling her she do care. I'm gonna just accept that she don't care and move on.
I would say she's lying.
She is lying, but I'm not gonna try to hold a woman accountable that's flat out lying. How am I hold a liar accountable if I don't take nothing away from them? Just telling them that they're lying, that's not holding them accountable. That's making them aware that you don't believe them, you think they're lying, but it's not accountability.
I won't say they're lying. I would say they're being disingenuous, not lying. I would say they're being disingenuous.
I have a question. Based on your definition, why is it that women can't hold other women accountable?
If you have a personal relationship with them and they are doing something, be like, man, I don't fool with her no more. I don't like the way she moved. She got a bad reputation. I don't want that rubbing off on me. You can restrict access to you. That will be holding her accountable. But whether she cared about it or not, you're saying you're taking something that she used to have. She no longer has access to call you, text you, show up at your house. You babysit her kids, vice versa. She has lost access to you. That's your way of holding her accountable. If you don't know a woman and you just bring something to her attention, the way she's moving, and you like, I don't like the way you moving. So you don't have to like the way I'm moving. I don't move march to the beat of your drum. We cannot hold people accountable that we can't take anything away from them.
So women can hold each other accountable as long as they have something that they can take away from.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because that's how I do my friends. If we're not going to communicate a certain way, if we're not going to grow, if we're not going to respect each other in conversation, then I don't want you to have access to me. And sometimes I've had friends where we had to stop talking for years, but when they came back around, they had a different tone. They knew how to communicate. They went through stuff, probably met a guy that they went, that they really wanted to be with, that inspired them to change their way of thinking, could have got to know God. But yeah, they just knew, to me, and that's another way. Maybe he had to hold her accountable, but to me, I felt like I held you accountable too, because even when she came back, she's like, these are things you tried to tell me, you was right. So when she was able to admit her wrongs to me, that's when I felt like, okay, I was able to hold you accountable, and she kind of started respecting me.
Easy example of accountability that we can lean on is when men cheat on their women and the woman breaks up with him. She say, because you're behaving this way, you're losing access to me. If she stayed with him, did she hold him accountable? Unless she stopped having sex with him, she got to take something from him. She can't just argue with him. That ain't holding him accountable.
But is it safe to say that a woman who went out there and had children out of wedlock and was reckless with her vagina, she can't hold the next woman who did the same accountable?
No.
She can't hold her accountable.
She could bring it to her attention. She could tell her how she's being reckless, but she cannot hold that woman accountable.
If the woman values her opinion and respect, and like you said, if she could take something away from her, this is just leverage. To make it real simple, you need leverage to hold somebody accountable.
Yes.
Be it money, finances, money, access to you, information, your plugs, whatever it is. If you can't take it away, so you have no leverage, you can't hold the person accountable. You're just talking crazy for no reason and wasting your breath.
I gotta put it this way for you guys. Let me put it this way. If you ever, there are two families that exist on planet Earth. It's called the rich family and the poor family. When you look at our poor family, you find out that the reason why the kids misbehave is because there is no incentive from their father, which means their father doesn't have financial means to deny them something that they cherish. And by them cherishing money or toy or anything that he can provide, because he doesn't have that provision, the kids misbehave.
He got a belt. He got a belt.
No. But guess what? I'm talking about in their when they pass teenage, when they are teenager or older. You see what I'm saying? No, but
I was 16.
Guess what? But a rich family, right, that has money, where husband and wife are in the same agreement, when they punish their kids, they punish them severely, no matter age. You see what I'm saying? That is why when you come to those kind of family, apart from drugs that lavish those family, they tend to have more kids that are more in tune or respectful.
Don't. No, they
Okay.
don't. Bro, them rich kids are the most unruly,
No, 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 no. I gotta tell you, no, they don't. For you, I gotta tell you, when you compare kids from poor, okay, let me put it this way: out of wedlock childhood or teenage pregnancy, where is it more? Poor family, right, than rich family.
What
Rich
does
family have access to so many things that poor families don't.
what does
I'm
that have
telling.
to do with a kid being respectful? You think because kids are raised in poor families, they're not respectful?
A lot of let me say this: kids that are raised in middle class family are the ones that have more respect than kids from poor
No,
family.
that's not true, bro. You
I'm
cannot say resources make kids more respectful.
Resources make kids more disciplined.
No, it doesn't.
Resources make kids more disciplined.
The parenting determines the kid's discipline. If the parent
Remember what I said? No, remember what I said earlier because I said something, but you didn't listen to what I said, brother. William, I said earlier that if the both parents are in one page, which means the both parents have to
but
be in one
that has
page.
nothing to do with their money. You can be poor and be on the same page. What are you talking about?
But guess what? In a rich family, you have parents being in one page than in a poor family. Statistics even prove that kids
No, it
from
doesn't.
there is why they say that head start. People from rich family get more head start. They are far more ahead
What does
because of what? There is so many discipline that come with it.
discipline? What are you talking about? Resources don't mean you're more disciplined.
Resources bring about a lot of discipline. I'm telling you because guess what? I bear witness to those things to both sides growing up. And I
Let
know
me see if I can try to understand you, Akini. Are you saying that when you say resources, you saying putting the kids in a better environment, learning environment, school, neighborhood, lifestyle, education, and discipline? As far as resources, or are you
those
talking about
resources, right? Those
wages?
resources are that's what we call head start. Those are called head start. But in terms of parental discipline, when a child knows that they like there is a way that rich people psychologically make their kids to be in tune with whatever they want because they have resource, they have that financial resource that they can deny those kids. That's why rich people use financial resource to discipline their kids without even touching them.
And
That
black
a poor family cannot do.
and poor
I
people
have a
use a belt.
question for you, Ekane. Whenever you
But
guys
but
are.
but what I'm saying is that belt, you can only use belt for so long.
No,
When
you
the
can.
child is 16,
So
17,
my,
you
my
can't beat him
question,
anymore.
Y'all having
my
two different.
question,
That's determined that was a lie.
Y'all having two different conversations. One
my
is having
question
a.
to Ekane, right? So
Can
what's the
I?
resources that would being that you saying, middle class and richer children are more
Mhm.
disciplined than poor children? How is that?
Uh, Middle class, actually, I will
What
say
are
this
the
to you, right?
resources to do that?
Middle class tend to have more disciplined kids than both sides, than both the rich and the poor. Because the reason why the middle class people tend to be mostly in the life of their kids, in the life of their kids, because they more 9 to 5. You see what I'm saying? Rich people are always gone. So they might be gone for a week or two. They have other things going on. Then poor people, right? The thing about poor family is because of the lack of resource. They don't have that resource to be able to institute discipline.
Okay,
Because
so
I gotta say this, right? In my neighborhood, right, where I grew up from, just down the street, not far away, is like boom, the wealth goes down significantly, right? And when I go on both sides, I see a lot of difference in upbringing. It's just totally different. Both on the rich side, the middle class, and the poor side. You can see as you go
what
up,
I asked,
there is parental absence, but as you go down, is lack of discipline.
what are the resources that the rich kids
What
have
is it?
far as discipline that the poor children don't? What are the resources?
I think what he's saying is when you take away, let's say that the rich kids get a $1,500 allowance every week or 2 weeks or whatever. Taking that away would massively, I think in his case, and he could correct me if I'm wrong, will be used as a tool to discipline the kids because
So
kids.
the poor kids don't get the same treatment, whether it's a allowance of $5 a week. They still get an allowance. I feel like that doesn't have anything to do with structure and respect. No money has anything to do with that at all. Whether you're in the middle and poor or rich, it's all about your parenting, no matter what.
That's why I
There's
said
not a lot of poor people that's in their household with their children because guess what? Sad to say, you get what I'm saying? Like, they have to take care of their children no matter what. They don't have the money to have babysitters to watch their children and stuff like that.
That's why I said
I don't think it had anything to do with the classification. It's all about discipline and structure.
I ain't gonna hold you. You took $1,500 from me from a week, and I'm a 13-year-old.
That's fine.
Wait.
That's not accurate. I honestly, truly know for a fact it's about respect. It's about how you raise them in structure. No matter if you're in the home 3 times out of the week, you gotta structure your children. If your kid is doing something wrong, no matter if you have money or not, they have other things that you could take away from them that they care about because they wasn't raised up on $1,500 a week. There's other things that poor kids still care about that you could take away to discipline them too. It don't have anything to do with the classification of the child.
So what do you think would be the equivalent?
Hold on, bro.
Oh, go ahead.
So again, I was trying to stop y'all while y'all were here. Y'all were having 2 different conversations. Kene was speaking more to keeping your children in line in adulthood, how families are able to wield their resources to keep them in line. For example, you might be able to get them to marry who you want them to marry. You might get them to do what you want them to do by taking away their fucking, what is that shit called? Inheritance or something like that. Versus, I think most people can keep their kids virtually in line as children, regardless of whether you got resources or not.
But Sweeney, you can't be doing that, bro. If these people can't articulate what their point is.
Well, he tried to say that. He tried to say in adulthood. He was trying to say go beyond teenage years, but y'all kept saying you can keep your kid in line. He kept saying adult.
Don't call them kids.
They your kids, are they not?
But who's out here trying to keep their adult kids in line?
An adult.
Rich people do.
It's an adult at that
Rich
point.
people do. They do it all the time.
At that point, you're
Hey, William, man, I gotta say what you just said right now. Say that you don't know rich people, brother. Rich people do.
Really? You know
Jerry Jones. Okay, let me give you an example. Jerry Jones still keep his 60-something-year-old children in line.
Okay, so again,
no, I'm just telling you because you don't know. You got to be in the life of these people to see how they are shrewd. These men are shrewd, man.
We be having a conversation about what rich people are doing with their adult children. Why would we?
That's what I'm saying. I brought it up. That's why Sweeney is telling you that you guys are not listening to what I'm saying.
The question is, why would you bring up what rich people do with
because it's part of the conversation.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it was. I can't remember exactly where y'all because y'all went
talking about adult rich people.
No, we was talking about something else, and he naturally led it to that spot. But yeah,
let me hold on. Let me ask you this, Will. Let's say I'm your daddy, and I'm rich, and you said,
we was talking about accountability. That's what we was talking about.
You getting ready to graduate high school.
Okay.
And
did you just say, Will? Let's say I'm your daddy.
Okay, I'm sorry, your father. Pause. I'm your father.
Come on, man.
You're 17 years old. You're getting ready to graduate high school. 3 of your brothers have already went into college. The oldest one is grown. Every one of them got a house, a car, and $200,000 in the savings account as a graduation gift.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that Kenny might be saying that they're leveraging that inheritance or resource as a way to keep you in line?
Well, I don't know what he was saying. I tell people you need to learn how to say what it is that you're saying.
yeah, maybe
we having a better conversation, bro. Come on, man.
I can't just listen. If
he's right, you got to articulate.
If I would have knew that's what he was talking about, why would I ever mention a belt?
Well, if you wasn't cutting them off every
No,
5
because you
seconds,
weren't
you would have heard
listening
what
when I'm
he said.
talking, man. You weren't listening. You were cutting me off. That's why you couldn't listen to what I'm saying.
When he say kids, naturally we're gonna think of adolescents.
But once somebody gives context, y'all wasn't listening for the context. You was still trying to argue about the kid part and kept saying, I got a belt, when he was trying to say, hey, look, I'm talking about
Well, watch this. Then do this, Sweeney. Go ahead, Akine. Go ahead and restate your case, bro. Let me listen to you and see if you articulate it right this time.
Sweeney, it's been articulated, but paying attention, no matter how somebody articulates something, if you're not paying attention, you're not going to have understanding, no matter what it is. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? Okay, let me, because if the word kids is confusing, let me just say your offspring. Is that better?
Just articulate your point.
Okay, offspring will go.
He's
So,
still now.
No, because sometimes no, you don't push somebody to a certain level without them having a comeback. Okay, but let me say this real quick, right? Like I said, if you understand that, like you guys were saying something about that. Okay, if you can raise it, if you poor and the child can't listen to you, got to beat him. That's why kids from poor families are messed up in the brain, are mostly criminals.
There you
They
go.
do a lot of things in the street because of what? The physical violence that comes from their parents. Because in the poor family, they think that being physical.
Now he talking about something totally different now.
That's what I was saying.
You being the
That
oracle.
in poor family, guess what? They don't have the financial resource to discipline their children.
So he's
the
saying
way the rich family do.
Okay. All right.
In the rich family, they have the financial, like let's say right now, like Darwin was trying to tell you earlier. Okay, in Nigeria we have they do a lot of what do they call it? Marriage arrangement. In most rich family, marriage arrangement is very rampant. All this, I gotta fall in love, I gotta love him, I gotta do this, I have to have connection. Is in poor and low income family that do that shit. In most rich family, most marriages are arranged marriage, which means me as a wealthy guy have a friend that is wealthy. And then we will say to each other, oh, your son is going to marry my daughter, or my son is going to marry your daughter. And then we'll go from there. When we meet my daughter and then she ends up finding somebody in college that she wants to marry, and the guy's parents is not at the same pair with us, right? I, as a father, will use my financial muscles to muscle my son or my daughter out of that marriage and let them know that if you marry this person, you're going to lose out. And 9 out of 10, they will leave that girl and marry you want them to marry.
Because y'all prioritize money over y'all children's well-being.
It's done the same thing in the white community too.
I don't care.
The rich white people do it. The rich black people do it in this country. It's not just an African thing. It's something that happens in a wealthy family.
Listen, all you're saying is you're prioritizing money. You're gonna do what I say.
It's not me, brother. I'm telling you what happens in these places. It's not me.
I don't know this though. You act like you teaching me something.
Okay, why are you arguing with it if you know about it?
Let me ask y'all both something.
You're the one brought this up, not me.
What do y'all think is more effective, the belt or the resources?
Depends on the kid. Everything.
But what trans doesn't one transcends past?
No, because
because when the world disciplines you or they take something away from you, they taking either your freedom away or your money.
Right, but when the world takes your freedom away, it's emotionless. It's cold. It's just you do X, you get Y. There's no compromise. There's no working out. It's just a hardcore punishment. Cold, wet, cell, dark, lonely. Family don't do that to each other because there's a level of compassion there. There's a level of love. There's a level of forgiveness. There's a level of retribution. You don't. If you do something wrong with your family and you say you're sorry, they may restore you. You do something wrong in society, even if you pay your debt, you don't get restored. You're a felon. You got to pay. You got to walk around with that stain on you forever. So it ain't the same thing. If I got a kid, that's why parents don't discipline. When parents discipline all their kids the same way, it's ineffective parenting because all the kids don't respond to the same thing. That's why parenting is one of the most.
I think I want a deeper understanding on that. What would be the parallel of a man committing a felony that's inexpungible versus the kid? What does the kid do on the same level as an inexpungible failure?
Maybe sexually assault his sister, maybe something like that.
Okay, so we know for a fact you can't be. I get you said they love you and restore you as a parent, but we do know that stain carries that the parent is going to carry that stain just like an adult would carry a felony.
Yeah, it had to be something that heinous though. The average kid ain't doing nothing that heinous where they're stained forever.
Right. So why would you equate it, or why would you draw a comparison to a non-expungible felony as an adult then? Shouldn't we use something like a misdemeanor then?
No, because we don't, when people have misdemeanors, we don't, okay, I don't know about your misdemeanors, right? I would never find out about your misdemeanors. Your jobs and stuff know about your misdemeanors and felonies. We in society, we don't know people's backgrounds. You can commit these offenses and keep going about in your life. In your family, people remember things that you've done. And if it's heinous, it's like the equivalent of a felony, because felonies, people get treated, they can't get housing, they can't get jobs the same way, they get affected, they can't necessarily be near schools depending on what the crimes are, right? So it's a deeper stain. Most things is done in a family is forgivable. Most people, most families will forgive most family members for whatever it is that they do, unless it's something that's damn near unforgivable. And most people aren't doing the unforgivable in their families. That seldomly happen.
Shit, they'll turn a cheek.
They'll turn a cheek if they're trying to hide you and shield you from the public, but that don't mean they'll turn the cheek internally. Internally, they'll deal with it.
No, some of them family members be just as delusional.
Yeah, there's always exceptions to the rule. Yeah, but I'm just saying in general, most families don't just turn a cheek and just.
I'm a victim.
May I say something?
No, not like that. I'm just talking about when they talk about you in order to take the accountability off of them. Like they paint you to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Paint you to be this way, and this be like, and then you be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't think that money necessarily. I'll have to agree with Will. I don't think that's the standing ovation for how a child comes out. I don't. Personally, I feel like if you had a solid dad, I'm not saying mothers don't count, but if you had a solid dad that, worth ethic, you saw how he was a man of his word, went to work, fixed everything, that is going to contribute. You don't have to use money and discipline because you have an upfront seat to character.
Well, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say as to the reason why, because I get that Will did not understand what I was saying earlier about the story of Eris and why I said what I said and how it led to how his point with the king was really there about the parenting and how rich families it's not always in rich families of why, like, I'm just going to say it out from the gate. A lot of rich families have the Icarus complex when it comes to raising their children. A lot of rich families have the Daedalus parenting and the Icarus offspring when it comes to spoiling their children, letting their children fly their wings and having them soar up to the sun, thinking that our child is the golden goose. A lot of us do, but a lot of us don't care to check our children. A lot of us don't nowadays. Look at the situation with Kim Kardashian. Look at the situation with Corinne Steffens, now known as Elizabeth Overson. Same pattern.
I didn't connect them dots either.
Okay, so since you
Nigel, if you can, just kind of break that down in like as Darwin would say.
Layman's term.
All right. So okay, when I said about earlier about the story of Eris and the Golden Apple Discord and about that story, it's about the fact that how Eris threw the Golden Apple or Discord because she was uninvited because of the fact that there was a wedding there. There were people talking about values and stuff there. And Eris was uninvited by everyone in Mount Olympus because of the fact that she was unruly. She was a loud woman and she was full of discord. She was the one that created discord. That was the first one that Will didn't understand because he was like, Nigel, I didn't understand. I don't follow you. Lapeef looked confused because he never heard this story before. He never heard of anybody. Same with everybody else. Even Di looked confused. Even Jasmine looked confused. I had to say that so this could be settled because nobody could solve it on this panel, let alone any other panel ever. Nobody has ever said these type of things. Nobody has said these type of things about the story of Icarus, how Icarus flew up the sun because he wanted wings like an angel. And look what happened. Want to know what happened with them wings? Them wings melted. What does that symbolize? A story of pride. We have a story that we have a thing surrounding avarice and pride surrounding how we raise our children. We want us to make the investments in order to be a high value man or a low value low value man or a high value woman or a low value woman only for us, right? Only for us to have our children do things the opposite. And I'm saying this as a person myself from Virginia that has witnessed, certain things where certain people would get into fights over people who literally said, oh, you said you got a report card, you snitched on me, I'm gonna fight you. I come from that background. If you were like a high value or whatever, if you had like certain things like the coolest Adidas or whatever, people get to fighting.
All right, I got you, Nigel. Okay.
JR, can you recap?
I heard Discord. The only time, yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna let that. I'm gonna sit on it a little bit, man. I'm gonna let that marinate a little bit. So just come back to me with that. I'll see if I get your recap.
Okay.
I might have to go back and listen to it again. Like I've never heard it. I don't know what Marcus reads a lot. Have you ever read that book?
You talking about Greek mythology and the story of Icarus, Dionysus' son.
Mm-hmm.
He to escape, he attached feathers and waxed his feet, and then it allowed him to escape from a thing. I forget where he was imprisoned at, but then he started flying, and as he got closer to the sun, because the sun was warm, it melted the wax, and he ended up falling. The ethos or the point of that story and that mythology is sometimes you can want to achieve things that seem capable, or your ego gets in the way and makes you think you can do something, push you in a dangerous situation, and because of your ego, you led to your demise. So if I was to cross the parallel, were you saying that,
Mark, you should have been, you had us all up here struggling. The whole time Marcus
I hate all of y'all.
What'd you say, sweetie?
I hate all of y'all.
Oh, wow.
No, go ahead, finish, Marcus.
I was trying, so not the comparison you were making was that by being in our ego, we are tainting our kids because we don't teach them to temper their expectations for reality.
It's not just our temper, it's the fact that we are perfectionists.
No, temper means not like anger, like temper as in like with steel. where you set a tone for it. So it's a double. The word means both, but I'm not referencing it. I'm using it in the, like temper steel or temper expectation. So you manage your expectations or you strengthen your expectations.
It's not so much of still, it's the fact that, and I'm gonna just sit this up because I'm just gonna look at both Jasmine and Will very, very boldly, and Lapeef 3 times boldly, so they can all literally see what I'm saying. And they can go look up the story of Eris on YouTube. There's plenty of stories about her. And I'm gonna just finish it with this. Because we as people ourselves, we debate on who is the better leader. Is it the woman being the better leader? Is it the man being better leader? But neither of us know that with these questions we ask ourselves surrounding who's the better leader in marriage, we end up causing our generation to commit acts of violence. None of us care about these things. And it's much easier for people in my generation and lower to do certain things to people in the older generation who are rich. Like I said, when I was younger, there were certain things that you couldn't talk about, like the words high value woman, high value man. If you said that, you were to get jumped.
You got jumped for saying high value man or high value?
No. Other people were about to get jumped. They were about to get in a whole bunch of fights because of that. People plotting, people scheming to get in other people's pockets because of that. Oh, you a high value man. You a high value woman. Let me take this purse from you. Let me take this out your pockets and this, and that, and third. Like, I'm just gonna say it right now. My uncle was a thief. Me, I'm not married right now. You wanna know why? It's because of these certain people, like in my life, that I have tried to tell certain things surrounding, like certain things around in certain places that I've seen, that there are certain people that were of certain criminal activities, that would plot on people that were wealthy and everything. And
where did you see?
So my question to you, right? Since a lot of the things you were saying was directed to me, I'm a little confused on what subject we're talking about here. It went from people getting beat up in your area because they were saying they were high value to marriage, to man and woman saying who's better in the relationship. What angle are we going here?
What I'm saying is the foundation. Like, there was a time in the early 2000s where if you said this type of stuff, you were considered, and it's not entirely directly at everyone on the panel. It's mostly at people that were literally in the church that would say this type of stuff. They would wear the big church hats, the earrings and stuff like that. A lot of those women, they didn't go to certain places like how we're going. The majority of us are going now all over the world. A lot of, like, I'm saying this from a perspective.
Can I try and I think I might have understood what you said, low key. Were you saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could have misheard. Were you saying that the current generation has a financial expectation that previous generations did not have, and because money was something that was not discussed in general with everyone, the ability for us to do that now is odd, and that creates a foundation that minimizes or makes it harder for relationships to flourish?
No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying
I was about to buy you a white jacket. If you got that, if you was going to land that plane,
where you got
and
that
Jackie
from?
said make you hug
Because that's
yourself.
what I thought she was going
It
with
went
too.
from,
Like that's why we not prioritizing.
it went from a book. It went from a book, a chapter. It went from a chapter of a book to you speaking to me and Will. Then marriage of man and woman who was better in the relationship to what happened in your era. Like
I think I got it. I think I got it, Nigel. Nigel, that's how you pronounce it, right, Nigel?
Correct.
I think I got it. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm referring to the original statement you made about, or the story about Icarus. So what you're saying is, just to be clear, are you saying that modern dating mirrors the story of Icarus, where people ignore wisdom, overestimate themselves, chase short-term pleasures, and eventually face the consequences for their actions? Is that what you're saying?
Of course. So it's not modern day dating. It's modern day parenting. Modern day parenting. That's what it is.
Because well, when you talk, I'm gonna listen. Because
Now
I
we're
don't
talking
know
about
how
parenting.
we bridge that gap, but shit, kudos.
He know he's a man of God. That's what it sounds like. He could decipher that.
I have a gift at dissecting people's statements.
When you recognize
that
you see that.
And Najee, can I also add that
Darwin, before you go
my
for
ability
Darwin,
to do that?
I gotta say something to you.
Hold on,
Darwin,
one
please,
more thing,
please,
King.
please.
Okay,
go ahead.
And you got it after this. My ability to be able to understand you when the other four men on the panel went named, 5 men went on. It increases my level of attraction over theirs, right?
Darwin,
you ain't gonna get no points for that, sir.
I'm just asking.
No, you got a point for that, because guess what? That's
look at the haters.
William, you gotta listen to what men are saying, brother. You don't let us get off words, and then you say it, and guess what? What Darwin said is true. If you pay attention, I've been paying attention to what she's saying, and I've been waiting for her to land, because she was saying absolutely fact. If we listen to people talk, brother, if you listen to people talk and not get emotional, right?
Hold on.
You will understand what people are saying.
With his Greek mythology, what are you talking about?
Okay.
So are you saying these stories are real stories? These are factual stories?
Let me say something like this. Let me put this to you.
Hold on.
You don't have the ability to understand analogy.
Hold on. This is what I was saying, right? Hold on. Now I'm gonna time all y'all out, and I'm gonna just let Will say. So I'm staring at it right now because he's very, very confounded by what I'm saying. When I said that about the story of Eris the first time, I said that as a lesson, because everybody was saying earlier, long before I got up on the panel, who the leader was, and about how Ash was there, and that type of thing. Who is the leader in the marriage? Who is it, the man or is it the woman? That was when I brought up the story of Eris, and about that, because of the fact that everybody was talking about who the leader was, and I saw what it led to. I saw the chaos of what it led to. So my reasoning for why I brought up the story of Eris in the Golden Apple Discord was to teach the lesson of, hey, be careful, stop, because you're going down that path. You rich in knowledge, and the thirst for knowledge. I can commend you,
So
but just be careful.
Yeah, I didn't say you was wrong. I didn't tell you don't. I said I was confused. I'm displaying my ignorance to what you are referring to, because I don't know of these Greek mythology stories, right? So even because you didn't tie them together, you told us about the story, but you didn't tell us how it applied. So I didn't know what you were talking about, and I never said you was wrong. I just said I was confused.
Right, because you get to be confused because It's rightfully so, because a lot of people in Greek mythology, when they're reading this, they get naturally confused on the dot. Same with every form of mythology, same with the Bible, etc., etc. But I used it in this case as a lesson because there was a whole lot of riffraff going in commotion. I'm like, hey, stop. So the only way to say, hey, stop, is to bring up the story of Eris in the Golden Apple Discord. Why? Because in this day and age, we have a lot of women rating themselves from 1 to 10. And when they do rate themselves from 1 to 10, they end up wanting to have this Aphrodite or Venusian complex, to the point where they feel like they're the most beautiful woman out of all the town or the city or the world, and they want to compete for that affection. Whereas with men, we y'all have this strength of like Aries or like Mars, whereas the masculine energy. So with this type of cause of this clash, it causes confusion. It causes confusion within all of society alike. It causes
Let me ask you
confusion.
this, Nigel.
Before you say that, Darwin,
Would this be an example of a golden apple of me creating a archetype, an idea called the high value man, and I throw it into the dating market? That's the apple, and all the women are fighting over this apple to see who can get the high value man. Is that a comparison?
Not so.
Because I think somebody threw the golden apple into the wedding, and they inscribed on the apple to the fairest. So all of the three gods or whatever were fighting over who was the fairest.
Yes.
In a way it is, and in a way it's not, and I could tell you why. And this is the origin of why. It's because of the fact that modern.
But I gotta take off, guys. It was a pleasure chatting with all y'all. Y'all have y'all.
I would appreciate you.
Yeah.
So this is the origin of why. So if you want to like literally crack down as to why, so let's take a look at the three goddesses, okay, that were having the golden apple thrown by Eris. It was Hera, the goddess of the marriage and the home. It was Athena, the goddess of warfare and wisdom. And it was Aphrodite, the goddess of love. It got to the point where those three were arguing over who was the fairest of all, or who was the most beautiful of all, that Zeus was like, shut up. And I'm going to solve this one carefully, since y'all can't make up your mind and y'all are arguing. Y'all are giving me a headache. And so Zeus thought of which one would solve this mystery. Lo and behold, there was a shepherd named Paris. Paris, he was the boy that was told to go see those three goddesses. Each of them professed their deals to him. Hera said, choose me and I'll give you a nice home, a nice land, nice flock of sheep. Athena said, choose me. I could give you all the wisdom in the world, give you the skills to defeat other nations and armies, in battle. But it was Aphrodite.
So Hera is the boss chick. Athena is the traditional educated woman, and Aphrodite is the IG models, promiscuous women, gold diggers. Can we say that?
She is modern. Mm-hmm. If that's
Athena
it.
is the traditional educated woman. Aphrodite is the IG models and promiscuous women.
Like, if you say that. So it's like so now like Paris had to make the decision, because after Aphrodite said, choose me and I'll give you the best woman or the best looking woman in the world, Paris had to think very carefully of giving the apple. And so he gave it to Aphrodite. But with him giving the golden apple of discord, it caused the consequence. That consequence was him marrying Helen of Troy, thus led to the Trojan War. So, so this, and it's not against you. I'm saying it because it needs to be cleared around across the air, because certain people that are really proclaiming to be woke, and I'm not gonna name names, certain people that claim to be woke and say, "Oh, you need to worship the ancestors," blah blah blah, blah, with the ashy unks and everything. I'm not naming names. This is what it is with them. They have this notion of thinking of, oh, the woman is God, or and want to argue this type of thing, but they don't want to discuss certain things like this. They don't want to discuss certain things like this. They carelessly do these things, and what does it do? It breaks up the home. It breaks up the family tree. It breaks up the family tree. None of you as black men ever care to do anything but speak to your frustrations, and rightfully so, because look at the discord that they cause. Their discord being caused by reading the Book of the Dead and all that, when they don't even care to understand that the same Book of the Dead curses people who don't know how to read that stuff. And then you wonder why a lot of them, they be broke. But I'm gonna just end it there.
You don't feel like you could have. You don't
Ninja,
feel like you could
I
have.
got something to ask you real quick. You said the Book of the Dead. You know what is the book of? You know the Book of the Dead. Very good. Do you know that? Do you know the Book of the Dead? Very good. Have you read it?
I do not read that book because that book is cursed for certain
It's
people
not
who are
cursed.
commoners.
It's not cursed because the West makes it look cursed. I got to tell you why it's not cursed. Because when I speak to people from the West, they say it's cursed. It's not. Actually, that's where the Bible was derived. Did you know that the Bible was derived from the Book of Dead?
There are some similarities, but there are
Nope.
differences.
The Book of Genesis, all the way to the child being born by the Virgin Mary, came from the Book of Dead. And then what they did, they transitioned to the Book of Greek, to the Greek book, the Book of Aphrodite, Aries and stuff, to be able to make it look more Western. But the Bible was derived from the Book of Dead. So that's why you should read that book, because it's going to open your eye if you read it again. It tells you a lot of one thing about the reason why people say the book is scary is because Africa, being the first place that the gods first visited, is known for its magical power. You see what I'm saying? That is one thing that the West doesn't have, the magical power.
What are we talking about?
Y'all don't feel like it's important. I get it. Y'all want to bring up books and mythical stories and all this other stuff. Y'all don't feel like it's important to come from an angle where it resonates with everybody, because I could do the same thing by bringing up stories in the Bible, but I wouldn't do that because it may not resonate with everybody. That's why I kind of try to stay in line with what people may be able to understand to keep everybody connected. Y'all don't think that's important?
It is important.
I do. It's just that with me, I had to literally mediate the situation, because the way it was going surrounding certain things earlier, it was getting out of hand, like
Have you read
it
the
could have
Bible?
went.
You're stupid! Stop being stupid! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter!
Have you read the Bible, Nigel?
Yeah, I've read certain parts. I've read sometimes I've taken some notes.
Okay.
Just I don't know, man. I'm reading super chats. This feels kind of dark right now, so I don't know what's
Very
going on.
much so.
So let me get to these super chats. M. Biz Wiley 199 says she had to tell us it's their first time meeting. We got $11 says that I'd rather date the rattlesnake, get the same results. Golden Pisces $5 says that why are you responding to this Dusty? He's a nobody. Lastly, Bruno $4 super sticker. I want to thank everybody has contributed. Any final thoughts? Might want to say something before we get up out of here, briefly.
It was
Everybody
nice
love
meeting
everybody.
everybody. I was excited about the whole thing the
You
entire
were?
time. I didn't catch offense, if that's what y'all thought. I just sometimes I speak with a lot of passion, so I get loud or it may look like I'm being
That's what we want. We want you to be yourself, man. Just be yourself.
But,
Now be honest, Jasmine. Ash brought you on, right? She invited you, right, Jasmine?
yes.
Now be honest. Did she warn you, say, watch out for this person? Did she say something like that?
No.
Okay, I was just checking. All right, we good.
Yeah, no. So she just
Y'all
let me
look
know
awesome.
like what the topic was about, and that was that. But I have watched her debate with you, and I've watched her on this panel before, but she debated with you a lot, whatever. The last time I watched. But you know, like I said, it was cool, it was fun. I learned a lot about myself and also about others and different topics. That was like me, y'all.
So I'm gonna guess you was against you was on her side more, right?
No, I wasn't on anybody's side.
You know, what I learned about Jasmine is that she plays it safe. You know, she's safe for the most part. No. Yeah.
Why not? You know?
We appreciate having you, Jazz. Hit
I
that
feel
like
like
button,
Will
make sure
made
y'all subscribe
Darwin
to
look
the
real
channel.
nice.
Catch us on the way out, y'all. Thank y'all.